Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now we have completed the React, the basic concepts, how the React actually everything behind the scenes, how it will work regarding the virtual DOM fiber reconciliation, everything we have learned it. Now it's time for us to do another project. So let's try to do with a simple project. And in this project, what I will try to do is how we can create the components, how we can split the components. So if you are having a project or anything, whenever you are trying to develop a React project or anything, so how we can plan the components, so how we can divide the components, so which HTML elements we need to make it as a component and all those things. So one by one we will develop a simple project. In this project only we will learn about the use effects, how to implement the side effects, and also we will learn about the API calls and all those things, how we can call these API calls and everything we learn in this project. So let's try to implement this one. So here I am going to the command prompt. In this command prompt, I am opening this command prompt, and here I am creating a new project, npx create react app booksdb. So I am creating a new project, that is booksdb. So let it create. So it will take some time to create. Let it create. So here the project has been created. Now let's go to the booksdb. So we will create the navbar here, and I am opening this one in our Visual Studio Code. So let it open, and here I will run the server. So that's it. So now I am minimizing this one, or otherwise I will open this one. So let it run, and I will increase the font size for this one so that we can see the font size very easily. So 24 I am trying to make it. Yeah. Now this is our project, and as you are already aware of this one all. So what I will try to do is I am deleting this one all, the entire thing. I don't want this one. And also what I want to do is, so here also I will open the app.css. I want to remove this entire code, app.css code also. So here also I will remove, and here we will be having something like box sizing of border box. It is initializing actually the project. Let it initialize. And here in this HTML I will give font size. Actually the default font size will be 16 pixel only, just I am giving it. Fine. So now what I want to do is, so here app.js and apps.cs is saved, and here we need to create a navbar. So for this one, let's see that whether it is opened or not. So here in this one, so it is taking some time, and here I will create a React fragment. In this React fragment, let's say that we will be having a nav. And this nav is nothing but class name is equal to navbar. Let's keep it as a navbar. And in this navbar, what I want to do, I want to have a logo. Okay, div class name is equal to logo. So I am making it as a simple thing only so that you can understand. So this is a booksdb. So here you can have an image or anything. And another one is, so I will be having an input box. Input type is equal to text, and the last one you will be having is the number of results. So found some results. So we will try to call this API call and all those things. So this is the navbar which I want to design it. So it is taking some time, still it is running, I think. Oh, let's leave it this one, and here I will try to open. So it is taking some time. Let it say. Yeah, here we are able to see the output, right? So here we are able to see it. So let's try to design this one. So here for this navbar, I will be writing something like background color purple. I will give a background color of purple. Let's see how it will the color will come. Okay, navbar means it should be a class, right? So okay, dot navbar, it is purple. And here what I will do, so I will make it as a display flex so that it will come side by side. So fine, and let's give the padding of 10 pixel. Fine, and here I want to move it aside. So I want to make this text box center of the screen. So for this one, justify content space between. So this one is also fine, and color is white. Maybe it will look fine, I think. And oh sorry, color white. Yeah, this one is also fine, and I will make this one as align item center. I think hopefully everything is working fine. Yeah, Now this is the thing. Now in app.js, let's go here, and you will be having another one, something like div class name is equal to main. New class name is equal to main, and in this main I will write hello Leela. So this is just, we'll try to design this main part also. So here you will be able to see this one, and for this main thing, let's try to write the CSS for this main also. Main, I will give a width of 90%, and here I will be giving margin of auto, fine. So it should be, yeah, fine. This we will keep it like this. Now what I want to do is, so here we have created a, in our app component, so here we are having a simple navbar, and here this is the content we are having. Something like main means you can think it as a container. Now this navbar, instead of writing it here, it is better we can divide it into a separate component. So if we create this one as a separate component, so here you can refer that component directly. Why? Because this is an individual thing. Instead of writing it here, we can write it. So okay, fine, let's go here, and in the source I am creating a new folder, that is components. Okay, and in this components, what I will try to do here, I will create a navbar.js file. Okay, and in this navbar.js file, let's go and write export default function navbar, and in this navbar I will return the code, and whatever in the app.js we have copied, and here we can write it here directly. That's it. So here we have divided into a separate component. Now we can able to use this one directly, right? So that's it. So we are using this navbar. Let's import this navbar. Navbar. What is this happening? I think it is loading. I think, let it load. Yeah, let's import this navbar. Yeah, I will remove this logo also. Fine. So now we have included this navbar. Navbar is not defined in the components. Navbar, it is there, right? So is the spelling mistake wrong or what? Yeah, now, yeah, we are able to get it. Now navbar is there. Now if you go inside this navbar again, so here we are having three different sets of elements. So that is, one is representing a logo, and another one is representing a search box, and the last one is the results. So each one individually is having their own functionality. So we can also further divide it into a as a separate components also. So what can I do here? I can create a new component here, logo.js, and in this logo.js, what I can do is export default function logo, and in this logo I will return the code, and we can copy this navbar, and here, so you will be having lot of code in the logo, so you can have an image and whatever the thing you will be having, but here we are making it as a pretty simple. So but I am trying to tell how in the real component we will be dividing the components. So here I can refer the logo, and here let's import this logo. Fine. Now here we got this logo also. So we got the logo also. Now this one also, this is also something like a search. So we can add this search like this, and here this is also a separate component where we can make it maintain like this. Okay, otherwise we'll keep it like this. Now let's create the search first. So here I am creating a new file again, search.js, and here the search.js have its own functionality. Export default function search, I can have it, and we will return the code here like this. Oh, search is not there, so let's try to here copy this one, and here let's implement this code. So I am copying and pasting it here, and here I can have placeholder is equal to search books or something like this. Now this is our search, and let's import this search here, and I will be adding this search. Okay, let's import this search. Yeah, and finally what we can do is we can also divide this one, and we can use it as a num results. Okay, number of results. So whatever the name you want, you can keep it, and here I am creating a new component, and here I am writing it as numResults.js file, and in this one also export default function num results. I will be using this one as num results, and here I will return the code like this. That's it. And I will be using this num results also. Let's go to the app.js and not navbar.js, and here let's import this num results. Okay, so that's it. Now if you try to see the app.js, so let's remove this one. So we'll try to divide this one also into components, and we will create a new design in this main thing. So first what I am trying to tell is, so here in this app components, simply we are having a navbar so that we are able to understand it very easily. So in this navbar, if you go to the navbar, and this navbar has a 3 sections, that is nothing but logo, search and num results. Now we are able to see it is an easiest way. So if you're writing HTML and all those things, so it will be somewhat difficult to understand, but here each one has its own functionality. So that is the reason we have divided it into components. And num results, search and logo, we are having it like this. So we'll try to further explore, we'll try to enhance this project more and more, and we'll try to do it. So this is how we will be dividing the components. Now the navbar is completed. Now let's try to work on this main content also. So what I will try to do is, I will commit this entire code in a new branch. So right now our code is running something around, I didn't remember exact video how much it is running. Exactly we have completed the 50 videos in the React. So what I will try to do is, I will create a new branch here, video-51. So this is our 51, right? So I will create, so initial setup books.db. I will commit this entire code. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so I will provide the GitHub repository link in the description below of this video. Whoever may be having the code, or whoever may be having the doubt, or if you want to refer the code what I am trying to do in the YouTube, so you can go to that GitHub by Repo URL and you can check my code. So that's it guys about this one. So in the next video I will try to do more about this project. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So we have completed the top part navbar thing, and now it's time for us to work on this one. So there is nothing but what I can say is the main part. So let's try to work on this main part. So for this one, what I am trying to do is, I am having a sample books data. So here this is the sample books data. Afterwards we will try to get it through the API. So I am keeping it the books data here. So we are having a ISBN, title, rating, year, and the publisher date, image, like this we are showing the data. Fine. So let's go into this div. So here this is the place where we need to show all the books. Okay. So what I will try to do is, I will create a new component here. So let's try to create a new component. So this is how we will be dividing all the components. So here this is the one main.js, and here what I will try to write it, export default function main and return. So let's copy this entire this one and we will paste it here. Where is this one? Yeah, and we will paste it here. Fine. So we got this one. Now if you go into this, so here I can use main. So here I will be using this main. How can I get this main? So how can for default function main.js, and here I need to include this main. So why this one is not coming? So main from main. Okay, we are able to get the main is not defined. What is the problem I have written here? Export default function, and I am writing this code. Hopefully everything will be working fine. Yeah, it's working fine. So we got the main. Now it's time for us to design this main thing. So in this main, and here I will be having a box. Okay, so books list box. So here I will create div class name is equal to box, and in this one I will be having the books div class is equal to what I can say, books list, books hyphen list. We will try to have a books list, and in this books list we will be having each book. So let's try to pass this book to here. So here I will be using constant data comma set books data is equal to useState of books, whichever we have copied it. Yeah, and let's try to pass this books data. Books data is equal to books data. So we are passing it to the main.js, and here I am catching this one. So books data, and here, and let's try to keep this one as ul. Okay, and ul, and in this ul I will loop over the books data. So let's write it like this: books data dot map of book. I will get each book, and in this one we will be having an li, and in this li I will be having an image. Src is equal to books data dot image. Let's try to keep it like this. And another one is, sorry, not books data, book dot image. And another one, what I need to do is, so here we need to show the div, and here I will be having h3 book dot title, and at the bottom I will show the publisher or year book dot publisher, book dot year. Let's try to have it like this. So this is the data we are trying to show, and books list is there. So here also I can write class name is equal to book. Okay, so this is the main. Let's go to the app.css and we'll design it. So here first one is we are having a box, right? So this box I will write it something like dot box. I can have a box shadow. So anything. So 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel hash e. So just a border. Just I am having a normal box. So we'll try to do it that afterwards, and I will keep a padding of 10 pixel. Okay, and let's go to the ul dot books list, I think. Okay, and here what I can do, I can do a padding of 0 pixel and a margin of 0 pixel, a list style none, so that the dots will be removed, and we'll be having the last one is book. So each book we need to design. So in this image I will give a width of 50 pixel so that it will come, yeah, and each book I will make it as a display flex. Why it is not coming? So book image, oh sorry, book image I am trying to make it, right? So I don't want to make this one, I want to make it as a book. I will make it as a display flex. Yeah, now I will try to maintain a gap of 10 pixel, so a gap will be coming, and this one in the book h3 I will remove the margin. Yes, okay, fine, and we can give a font size of something around 20 pixel. Okay, oh it's very big, 18 pixel, fine, and here I can give a font family of sans serif. So fine, okay, fine, right? So we are able to get it, this one all. Okay, so we are able to get it. Now we have did a basic thing, and I want to keep a margin also for each book. Margin bottom 10 pixel. Yeah, so these are the data which I want to try to show you. So now we are able to show it, this one, it's looking fine, and here also I will give something like box margin top around 20 pixel so that it will come a little bit down. Yeah, and here also I will give 2 pixel. Okay, and also I will give 2 pixel. Okay, and here I will give 4 pixel. Okay, and I will give 2 pixel here. Yeah, this one it should be 1 pixel. No, pixel only. This should be 1 pixel, I think. Yeah, we are getting shape. We'll keep it like this. Yeah, so we'll keep it like this. So I'll keep it as 3 pixel. Yeah, fine. So this is the box we are showing. So everything is looking fine. Now it's time for us to look at this one. So here we have written the entire code, right? Let's try to divide this entire thing. So this is a box we are having. Okay. So I will divide this entire thing into a new component, that is list box. So here I will create a new component here, listbox.js, and export default function list box, and I will return this entire code here like this. So one step is completed, and main.js, here you will be having a list box, okay, or otherwise box or anything. So list box. So now, okay, we need to pass the books data. Okay, we will discuss about this one also. Books data, we are passing it. Fine. What happened? Books data, I am sending it, right? Okay, I am not receiving here. Fine. So we are passing it. Now, to box, I am sending the books data. Yeah. So everything is working fine. And here you will be able to see this is one UL, right? So here what I can do is, so here I can write a books list. Okay, this is the main one. So this is a books list. I can divide a components here. So we'll be doing so much more activities in that one. So just I am trying to show you how I am dividing this all the things into a components. Books list.js. So export default function books list. Okay, and in this one I will copy and paste it here. So here also I will try to get the books data. Okay, and in the listbox.js, so here we need to send the books data. So fine, so we are able to get the same output. Data books list is not defined. Okay, oh sorry, yeah, fine. Now it's very working right. Now if you go into the books list, so here in this books list we got the books data. And what is happening here? Let's go to the inspect element and we'll see. Every child has a multiple. Books list is not defined. Oh, why still books list is not defined? Sometimes it will happen it like this only. Books data, we are passing the books data into the books list. Okay, in the books list we are receiving the books data. Everything is working fine. Okay, that should have a key. We'll try to discuss that one. We'll restart it, this one again. Sometimes we need to restart it. So I have restarted the server. Still we are not able to see the output. What could be the reason? Let's try to remove this warning. Here we are looping over this each one, right? So here in this looping over, so we will provide a key for this one. So book.isbn. So we have a unique one, book.isbn. Now if I try to make this, still we are not able to get it. Oh sorry, we need to return this one, right? So that is a problem actually. We are getting it. I think hopefully now, yeah, here we are able to get it. So here we need to have a class name instead of the class. Yeah, fine. So now we are able to get the output. So this time what we have did it. So we in our main.js, so we have a list box. In this list box we are showing a books list. We will be showing some more things also in this one. So books list is one of the things which is present in the list box. In this books list we are having a books data. So now instead of looping over this one all, so we can also create another one here. So I can create a book. So here I am creating a component that is nothing but book.js. So here export default function book, and I can return this entire code here, and I will try to get the book here, and there is no need of key for this one. And let's go to the books list. Here I will show the here I will be showing the book, and we will send the each book here. Fine, right? And we need to add a key for this one also. Key is equal to, why? Because it is in the loop. So book.isbn. So now if you try to see, so this is how we will be dividing the code into a components. So we have designed the basic thing in the console, nothing is there. Okay, that one is previous one, I think. Yeah. Now if you go on to the components, if you try to see here, see, we are having a app thing, and in this app you are having a navbar. The navbar is containing a logo, search and the num results, and this one is the main page, and in this main page we are having one list box. Okay, in this list box we are having a books list. So books list contains each book. So this is how we will be dividing the components, and one by one we will try to design this project. So now this is the how we will be dividing project. So what we have did it. Now if you try to see app.js, it is clean. So it contains a navbar and a main thing. And in the main.js you will be able to see it is having one list box. So other things also will be there. We will try to discuss it. And here if you try to see, main is completed, and in the list box we have a one books list, and books list will loop over each book's data, and it will display the book. Each book component will be displaying it. So this is how we are planning it. Now I will commit this entire code in a new thing. So list box books data design and I will commit this entire code. Oh, sorry. So we need to create a new branch, video-52. Okay, and I am publishing this branch. So that's it, guys. Whoever may be having a doubts or anything, if you want to refer the code, so I have provided the GitHub repository link in the description below, so you can watch it. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here we are showing all the books list, right? So now it's time for us to do the read list. So for example, let's say that, so I have clicked on this book and I have read this book. So now when you have studied this book, so it needs to move into the studied book list. So let's try to do that one. So now for that one, let's create the components and all those things. So what are the books you have read? It should be in the read list. So let's just like the books list, how it is having the library. In the same scenario, the books what you have read, it needs to move into the read list. So let's try to implement that one. So for this one, let's go to the main.js. So here this is our code, right? So here what I will try to do is, so here I will maintain another one is studied list. So whatever the books you have studied list. So this is the component which I want to create it. Okay, let's create a component for this one, studied list.js file, and export default function studied list, and in this studied list we will return the div hello Leela. So just I am writing it the code, and here in this one studied list I am creating the component. So fine, and now study list is not defined. Yeah, hello Leela, we are able to get it, and we need to send the studied list also, right? So for example, for this one, let's say in our app.js file, so here we are having all the books, so we need to have a read book list also. So here let's copy this entire thing, and I am creating another one that is nothing but books read. So the books he has read, and here also for this one I am creating another one. So books read data, and here books read. So this is the thing, and we need to pass it through this one, books read is equal to books read data. Now I am passing the books which the user has read. Now let's go to the main.js file, and here I am using the same thing, books read. So fine, and for this one we need to send the books read to here. So everything is completed. Now we need to work it out on the UI. So here I want to make this books read list to the side by side. So for this one, what I want to do is, so here this is a main.js, main is there. So let's go to the main, and here I will give display flex. Oh sorry, display flex, or otherwise what I will try to do is I will create a new class for this one instead of creating all the times d-flex, and I will use the display flex, and here in the main.js I can directly apply d-flex class. Now if you try to see, this one will come side by side. I want to make it as in something like equal spaces between those two. So here in the main greater than do, so the immediate child I will give a flex of 1. Fine, right? Yeah, half by half it is there. And here also what I want to do is, and here also I will give a gap of 10 pixel between those two. Yeah, so that's it. So now I want to decrease this font size. We will decrease this font size to 12 pixel. Here automatically the fonts will be decreased, and h5 also. Where is this h3? Books h3 we have increased it to font size, right? 12 pixel I will decrease it. Yeah, it's looking somewhat fine. Now I want to design this box. So for this one, what I will do is, in our main.js, so we have our main.js. So now here we have the studied list. In this studied list we need to show the data. So here what I will try to do is, so this is our thing, right? So we have already the box, right? So the same box, we'll try to use the box thing. So here I am trying to use the box. I am using the class name, the same thing as a box. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we are able to get the same box. Now for this box we will try to implement the code. So first one, what I want to do is the summary. So read summary, the books read summary, I want to show it. How many books you have read, total books. So average rating, how it is having, the user rating, so the rating that you have given by for that book, and all those things I want to show the summary. So here what I will do is, so here I can create another component, that is read books read summary, books read summary. So we'll just create the components, then afterwards we will do it. So books read summary, here I am creating a component books read summary.js file, and in this one export default function books read summary, and in this one I will create the summary. Fine, and I will return the code, sorry, return due hello Leela. So just I am trying to do it. So now if I go here and import this books read summary, now we should be able to get it. Yeah, what is happening? Sorry. Yeah, books read summary. Now I need to design this one. So for designing this one, what I want to do is, so here class name is equal to summary or books summary, and in this one I will create one h3 books you read. Okay, so you will be able to see that one. Okay, and here I will create one div, and in this div I will have another div. So I will create one span. So here I will be having one book. So here the whatever the books you have read, so that is nothing but 2 books you have read. So you will be able to see that one output, and the same thing whatever the star, so how much is the book star, normally average star it is having. So here you will be able to see that one also star, and here I can write it as something as 4.3 4.5 or anything, and here I will be having another star, so that is nothing but and here I will be having this star 4.5. let's keep it like this. So this is the book summary. Now let's design this book summary. Now if you go to the studied list, okay, in this, not in the app.css, sorry, so in this book summary, okay, in this book summary what I want to do, so here in the h5 only, right, I have given, I didn't remember exactly, h3. Okay, let's go to the h3, and this one you need to have a margin of 0 pixel. Yes, okay, fine, let's keep it like this. And book summary of h2 we are having it, right? So here this is the div we are having, and this should have a class name of flex. We'll try to give it. So these are coming one by one. And another one what I want to do is, so justify hyphen content hyphen between. I will have a class between this one. So let's try to create the class for this one also. And here justify content space between. Fine. So we are able to get this one. So now I want to apply a background for this. So book summary, background color. Oh, sorry. Background color. I want to apply a background color hash EE. Now let's see how it will look like. Now here we are having some gaps, right? So this should not happen. So what I want to do is, let's go to the box, whatever the box it is there. Where is the box thing? Box, sorry, dot box you will be having. Yeah, I will remove this padding. Okay. So now you all are coming one by one like this only. So here for this one I will apply padding of 10 pixel. So this one is fine. And this one book summary, for this book summary I will try to apply padding of 10 pixel. Now it looks somewhat fine. Yeah, it's looking fine. Now at the bottom I need to show the books list. So for showing this books list, what we need to do is, so here I have completed this one. Now let's go to the main.js. Okay. Fine. Let's apply the books. We'll show the books. So studied list, we have completed books read summary, and here books read. So we'll have another one, books read, and we will pass this books read into this one, books read, and here also we will take the books read as books read. Okay. Now this books read, we will try to create a new one, booksread.js file, and here we can have this export default function booksread, and here you will be having return. So here you need to show the books list. Okay, so the red books list you need to show it. So I will give it for you the task. Okay, so now you try to implement this one, books read. So you have this one, everything, right? Books read. Oh, what happened for this one? This one is there, books read. Oh, books read, right? Books read. Read. Oh, sorry, books. I think the spelling, oh, sorry, this one is wrong. So we need to rename this one to books read, and here also it should be books read, and here in this one let's remove this import thing, and this should be books read. Now where we are using this books read again, booksread.js. So anywhere we are not using it anywhere, right? Cannot find, does not match the booksread.js. Where is that one? Okay, sorry. So this is the problem. Fine. Now here I am showing the books list, right? So now you here I will give you a task to complete this books list, and in the next video we will try to complete showing this books list also. So here this is all the books you read, and we need to show the books whatever the user has read here. So that is the thing you will be doing, and here also we are having the everything, right? So let's try to implement this one. So hope you understood about this concept, what I am trying to do it. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And also what I will do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-53. Okay, the books read data. So let's commit this all the code, and I will publish this branch. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, I will provide the link below into the description, the GitHub repository link. So if you want to refer this code, you can refer the code. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now we need to complete this books list, right? So let's go to the books list. So here we will be having the studied list. So let's go to the studied list, and in this studied list, So we are having the books read. So let's try to keep this one as a books read list. Okay, and I will rename this one as an books read list. What is the where it is? Yeah, here I will rename this one to books read list. Okay, fine. And here also it should be something like books read list, and everything should be working fine. Let's open this one, books read list. Okay, yeah, now it's working fine. Now it's time for us. What we need to do is, so here we need to create the books read list. So here in the studied list, so we are sending the books read. Okay, so let's take this books read, and here we will create an UL. Okay, and here we will write the li. So here we need to create the li. So for this li creation, what we can do, so we can create a one single one, that is nothing but read book. So book read.js, so single book, read book. So here I will be doing export default function book read, and we will be getting a single book here, and here in this one I will create return one li book read. Okay, fine. Now here in this read list, so what I want to do here, so in this ul books read dot map of single book, we will get a single book, and here I will try to do book read, and I will send this book is equal to book. That's it. So now we are sending the books here. So book read is also there, and book is not defined. Okay, here we got the book, right? Books read. Okay, it should be in a single here. Now I think everything will be working fine. Let's see what is happening here. Let's try to read it again. So books read dot map of book, I will get it, and here I will read book read. Okay, and in this one I will try to send the book is equal to book. That's it. So this is our book we are trying to send it in the book read. So we are having this one, right? And the books read also we are sending it, and in the study list we are sending the books read. Okay, fine. In the app.js, whether we are doing it or not, let's try to see it. Books read also we are sending it, and we are reading it. Okay, everything, hopefully it is working fine. And this book, okay, we are getting the single book read. So books read, what is this happening here? Okay, it should be something like book. Okay, now we got the book read. So here I will try to add a class name of books read list. We'll keep it like this, and let's go to the book read, and here I will create one image, img src is equal to book.image. Okay, and another one is something like div. We'll try to do it one by one. I will do h3 book.title, and another one which I want to do is another one div. Okay, in this we'll be having one div, so one span we'll be having, so that is nothing but single star. We'll try to maintain a single star, and here I will write the span, so 4.3 or anything, and we'll be having another div, so that will be in something like user rating, and like this we'll be having. Okay, now we'll be having it like this. So now let's try to refactor this one, design this one, app.css, and here books read list dot books hyphen read hyphen list. So we'll be having it like this, and for this one what I can do, I can give margin of 0 pixel, and list style none we can make it. Okay, so these two things we can make it. Let's see, and I want to give a padding of around 10 pixel. Okay, I think the margin will not be applied, so just we'll try to keep it. Fine. For this image we will do something like books hyphen red hyphen list of image. In this image I want to make a width of 50 pixel. Okay, so fine, I want to move these all the things to it. So here I can do class name is equal to d hyphen flex. We can use the d hyphen flex so that it will come. Okay, fine. And here we need to add a gap. So books red hyphen list dot books hyphen red hyphen list. We will use something like what I want to say is which one I have applied it here. For li, okay, for li we have applied it. Okay, for the li we have applied it. Okay, for the app.css books hyphen red hyphen list books hyphen red hyphen list inside li. So I want to give a gap of 10 pixel. Okay, so we got the 10 pixel. And here in the books hyphen red hyphen list, so we have one h1, right? h3, I think h3. Let's give a font size, not font size, margin of 0 pixel and a font size of around 12 pixel. Why? Because I have zoomed it, so that way I'm keeping it like this. And for this one also what I will do is, so for this one we'll be having class name is equal to d hyphen flex. Okay, so we are getting it one by one. And I can do justify hyphen content hyphen around. I will use it like this, justify hyphen content hyphen around, and I will use the css, and here I will write it. So justify content space around, we'll try to give it. Now we will be able to get the space, or otherwise space between, we can use the space between also. It will look somewhat fine, right? Let's go to the book read. Here between, we'll see how it will look like. I don't know, it is not nice, so let's try to remove this one. And what I can do is, fine, and I will apply a style here, so that gap of 10 pixel, I will give 10 pixel. So nice, it's looking somewhat fine. Now I want to give a margin bottom, right, for each li. Here let's go to the li. Okay, margin bottom is around 10 pixel. I will give the 10 pixel. So now that's it. So now it is looking somewhat fine. So here we are able to see all the books, and we'll try to do the search also. Whatever the books you are searching, you will be able to get it here. And these are all the books which you have already read. And the books you have read is 2 books. That is a static one. Actually it is 4 books. And the average rating and the user rating average. So here for this book rating and all those things. So now we have successfully completed this one. In the next video we will try to do some more actions in this one. So what I will do is, I will commit this code in video-54, video-54, and I will use something like books read list. I will commit this all the code. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so if they want to refer this code, so you can go to the particular video and you can check it. Hope you understood about this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. Now in this video, I will try to implement another option. That is, well, let's say that when we go to the list box, okay. So I am trying to write in the list box here. So we will be having, I will be keeping one variable, that is open. And I will be having this one, something like set is open is equal to useState. I will have by default true. Okay, I am maintaining it like this, and in this box I will have one variable, one button. So I want to show it, so plus, so we will be showing this button. I will be having something like class name is equal to btn hyphen toggle. and for this btn-toggle I am writing a css btn-toggle. So background color will be transparent, and what I can say, the color border will be none. So these are the two things. And now if I go into the listbox.css, so for this div I will keep the style is equal to text align. I will write here and I will write it like this. Now it will go to the end. Now when I click on this button, so what we need to do is, when I click on this button, I need to hide this one, and I need to toggle these all the books list. So for this reason what we can do is, so here I can write a condition. Here I will write it like this. So here if it is open, if is open is there, then I need to show this books list. So I will show this books list. Fine, right? Now I will click here on click is equal to, so here I will write like this, set is open is equal to open is toggle off not open. So I will write it like this. That's it. So now I can also show this one. So something like if is open is there, then I want to show the plus, or otherwise I want to show the minus. I think this one is more than enough. I think where we have written that one, set is open, everything is correct, right? Everything is correct. Yeah. Now if I click on this one, see, we are able to see the option. So now I think this should be something like reverse, I think. So now we have implemented the same thing. Now we are able to toggle this one, right? Now what I want to do is, I want to implement the same thing for this one. So let's go to the studied list, and here I will create again one button. That is nothing but button class name is equal to btn-toggle, and here also I will use the plus. Okay, I will be able to see this plus button. Okay, and here I will implement this one, text align is equal to end. So now let's go to the book read list, not book read list, list box. Let's go to the list box, and I will copy the same thing, and here also I will paste the same thing. And here what I want to do is, so here the entire thing is the right books read. Now I don't want what is happening here, set is open. Okay, I want to use the useState. Okay, so now when I click on this one, and when I am toggling here, so I want to minify these all the things. Okay, so for this one I will apply the background color also. Background color is equal to #e. I am applying #e. Should be something like background color. Yeah, now we are able to see here. So background color is there. When I click on this one, plus and minus, so this books list should not be there. So for that one, what I want to do is, so here what I can do, so we'll try to hide everything. So that means if is open is there, then only we need to show these two things. Fine. So if is open is there, then only show these all the things. So I think this one will work fine. I think. What is happening here? Okay, two things should not be there, right? Adjacent thing. I hope that is the only problem. I think. Still it is coming. Oh, why this one is closing? Yeah, now here, yeah, now it's fine. Now if I click on this one, oh, on click is not there for this one also. On click is equal to set is open of open is equal to not of open. That's it. So now here we have implemented this one. If I click here, so it is working fine. but we need to implement the same thing plus or minus. So I will copy the same thing and I will try to implement the same thing. Okay, so that's it guys. So now we have implemented the same implementation here and here also. In the next video what we will try to do is we will try to implement the refactoring of this one. So why? Because we are using the same code in the two components, right? So how we can implement the refactoring and all those things we will try to see in it in the next video. Hope you understand about this one. So what I will try to do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is video-55 and here toggle list box. Okay, so let's commit this all the code and I am publishing this branch. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so they can go to refer the code. The GitHub repository link is provided in the description below. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in our previous videos, we have learned about the, what I want to tell you is, we have learned about the component categories. Right, so the components will come in different categories like state, full state, and also structural components. So here if you try to see the components, we will try to discuss what are the components and in which category this component will belong to. If you see here, this component is a book component and this book component depends on only the prop value, that is book. So here we can say this one as a stateless component or a presentational component. Why? Because it doesn't have any state. So we can mention this one as a stateless. If you read here book read, and book read also doesn't have any state, we can say this one as in stateless. And the book list, and here also in the book list also you will be able to see it depends on the props data, it is also in stateless. And here book read list also, it's also a stateless. And here this one, if you see here book read summary is also a stateless. And the list box, so this list box is different, so that is nothing but it's not a stateless or presentational component, it is a stateful component. Why? Because a state is there in this one. And the logo is also a presentational, main is also a presentational, and navbar is also a presentational, num results, everything is a presentational thing. And study list is not a presentational, it's a stateful protocol, stateful component. So these are the different types of components which we are having in this one. So another important problem what we are having in this one is, for example, let's say that we are having here the navbar, right? Let's come from the navbar. If you go to the app.js, here we are having a navbar. And in this navbar, if you try to see here, we are able to see found X results. So that means we need to show the number of results here. So right now we are having the books data, right? So we need to send the books data length. For this reason, what we need to do, so here also we need to send the books data is equal to books data, right? And if you go to the navbar and here we are having the books data, and in the num results we need to send the books. So books is equal to books data. So whatever the name you want, you can mention it. And in the num results, if you go here, so like this we need to do the prop drilling. Now here we got the books value, books, and here I need to show the books dot length. We got the books dot length. And if you see here, we are able to see we are having 4 results. For obtaining this 4 number, what we are trying to do, if you try to see here in the inspect element in the component section, okay, and if you go here, so app is having the books data and we need to send it to the nav and we need to send it to the num results. So that means we are doing the props drilling. So these props we need to send it to navbar and navbar has sent it to num results. So in order to overcome this props drilling thing, so we can have another option, that is nothing but a component composition. So we have learned about this component composition also. I have explained in the 42nd or 43rd video, I didn't remember. So we have the component composition concept. Let's try to implement this component composition in this one. So here in our app.js, what we are having, navbar we are having it, right? So let's try to check in the navbar which requires the books data. So this is the one which requires this one. So here I can remove these num results and let's go into this app.js and I will remove this navbar and I will close this navbar here. In between this one I will mention this num results. So this is the one which requires the books data. So here I will write it like this. Now navbar doesn't require anything. Let's go to the navbar, and here I can remove these num results. Okay, and here it requires the children. Okay, so I will implementing the children and I will write the children here. That's it. So now if you try to see here, and if you try to see here, so the same output we are able to achieve it, so without any problem. Now here what we are trying to do, we have overcome the problem of props drilling. So here we are sending only to the num results, and num results is able to work in that one. The same scenario we can implement for this main also. If you try to see here the main, first we will try to work in the list box. So if you try to see the list box, how it will be. If I try to refresh this page, so what are the different errors? Okay, key properties there in the books read list. Let's go to the book read list. So here we need to have a key .isbn. Fine. I think hopefully no errors will be there in the console. So fine. What is this simple one error? Okay, fine. Let's leave it. Now let's go to the component section. Again, we'll try to see the prop drilling thing. And here this is the main. And main we are sending the books data to the list box. And list box is sending the book list to here. So that means here we are having 3 prop drilling. So we need to overcome this prop drilling. So what we will try to do here, let's go to the, I will close these all the things. Okay. Let's go to the main.js. So who needs this one? So list box needs. Okay. Let's try to remove this one, and I will close this main. Okay, I have closed this one. In between this one I will use this list box. Now there is no need for me to send this books data, and books data we are sending in the list box, and let's include this list box here. And now if I go to the main.js, and here there is no need for us for this one, and I will write the children here, and I will implement this children here. So that's it. So now we are able to see the same output without any problem, and we are implemented this children. Okay, and let's go to the list box. Okay, so this list box, I will open this list box here, and this list box again we are having the books data, and again we are sending the books data into this one. Okay, this list box also is sending the props here. So what can we do here? So there is no need to send it here, and we will use the children also, and we will use the same children here also. And in this one what I will try to do is, in the list box here, so in the between this list box I will use the same thing here like this. Now if you try to see books list, that's it. So now here there is no need to send the props drilling to the list box. Now we are able to implement the same thing without the props drilling. Now here if you see the component section for the list box, what I will try to do here, let's go to the here. So now here the main is having list box. Okay, list box in the books list, so we are directly sending to the books list. Fine. So now let's try to implement the study list also, the same scenario. So let's go to the main.js. So this study list is requiring this one, so let's remove this one, and we don't need this books read also. And here let's go to the app.js, and here at the bottom I want to implement this study list. That's it. So books read is equal to books read data. We'll try to send this one. Now here there is no need for us to send this. Fine. Now we will be able to see the same output. Okay, so here we are able to see the same output. Now books read data, who requires this books read data? Let's go to the studied list. We will see the same thing here, studied list, and we don't want this one. So these are the two things which we need, or otherwise you can take this one, or you can take this both the things, not a problem. So we'll take the both the things. Okay, and here we will apply the children. Okay, and this children comes from here. and here in our app.js, in between the study list, okay, and I will try to implement the same thing, but this time book read summary. Actually, book read summary also we need to send the books data, read data, but I am not sending it. So book read list, and here I am trying to remove this one, so there is no need for us to send it here, and here I will use it like this. That's it. So now if you try to see the output, now the same output we are able to do it, but this time what we have did it, so there is no need for us to send the props data, so there is no props drilling. So right now if you try to see here in our app.js, so everything is clear. Navbar contains the num results. If you want, you can also implement the logo and all those things also you can implement in this one. And the main contains a list box which consists of a books list, and the studied list which consists of a summary and also a book read list. So this looks somewhat clear, right? So we have implemented the component composition, and also the component categories types also we have learned it. So hope you understood about this concept. So what I will try to do is I will commit this all the code in a new branch, video-56, okay, and I will commit this code component composition, okay. So let's commit this all the code, and I will publish this branch also. Whoever may be having doubts or anything in this project, if you want to refer the code means, so you can go to my GitHub repository URL. The link is provided in the description below, so you can go to that particular video branch and you can clone the code. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here we have completed the component composition. So props drilling, this thing is we have solved it somewhat level. So we were learning about the state management and all those things. We'll learn furthermore. So here we have solved this one using the component composition. Now if you try to see here in our project, so this closing and opening and this closing and opening, if you try to observe carefully, so we are able to see that this implementation for these two boxes is one and the same. So why can't we reuse this one instead of using this list box and studied list as a separate? So why can't we use this one as a single one? Why can't we reuse the component? So here what I can do is for this one, so let's open the list box. If you try to see here, so this is the list box and this is the studied list which we are able to have it. And if you try to observe carefully, so the list box, the code is we are having is the state, that is nothing but is open, and here we are showing the children. In the same scenario we are having a toggle button and all those things. In the same scenario the studied list also we are having the same thing, and we are showing these children. So these two components are one and the same only, showing the children. So why can't we make it as a single component? So for this one what we can do is, so we can rename this list box to a box. I will try to rename this one to a box, or otherwise we will try to keep this one as a list box only. So this list box and the study list is one and the same. And what I can do is, let's go to the app.js. So this is the list box, and here also I can convert it into a list box, okay, and we'll try to see this one. So now if you try to see here, so both are behaving one and the same only. If you try to see here, so both are behaving one and the same only, but here we are able to see that there is a white space. So what can we do is, so here this is taking a separate one, right? So instead of that one, let's go to the app.css. Okay, we will make this dot box as position relative, okay, and let's go to the button hyphen toggle, btn hyphen toggle, and here I want to make this one as position as absolute, okay. So and what I want to do is, so if I try to refresh this page, what will happen? So this one will go away. So now these two are coming one and the same, right? And I will make this one as right 0 pixel. That's it. Fine. So now we are able to see this one. So if I click on this minus and plus, it's working one and the same only. So if you want, you can give as a margin bottom like this. We can give it, and we can able to achieve the same thing like this. So now here we are able to achieve the same thing, but this time what we have used is, so we have reused the component. Now what I can do, I can remove this study list. So there is no need for us for this study list. So I can delete this study list directly. And here some places we are using the study list. Let's try to search for this one where in the app.js we are using So I can remove this one directly. Okay, and here in the main.js also I am using, I can remove this study list directly, and I can remove this list box also. So there is no need for us to use the list box. Okay, now that's it. So now if you try to see the output, so now we have achieved the same thing, but this time we have reused the components. So that is nothing but the list box component, we have reused it. The list box component, we have reused it. So list box here and the list box here, we have reused it. Now the next thing what I want to do is, so we have used the children prop and we have implemented this one. So there is also another implementation which you can implement it without using the children. For example, let's say that this is the list box. You can also pass these all components as in props. So here let's say that I can pass it like this. So this is also valid. Now for example, here we are getting an empty screen, right, in the list box. So you can take this one as an element. Okay, so why? Because children is a reserved keyword. So now here if you try to use the element, now this time this one is working without any problem, but here we are getting this as an error. So for this one what we need to do is, let's go to the app.js file, and here also what I can do is, so this one also we can pass this one as an element. Okay, but here we need to use like this. Why? Because React fragment. So now if you try to see it, so the same implementation we are able to achieve the same implementation, but this time what we are trying to do, so we have implemented this one. Oh, what is this? So we can remove this one. Yeah, so now here we are able to achieve the same thing, but this time we are passing the components as an props. Okay, so this is also one of the implementation which you can implement it. So far what is the recommended way is, I can recommend you using the children instead of using that element thing. So why? Because the components and all those things, right? So the props we will be passing only the data. So if you want, you can pass it, not a problem. So here if you want to pass the components, I can suggest you the recommended way is to pass it as a children. So I will be using this one as a children only, but I want to explain you that there is also this type of method which is available. Okay, now here I can remove this element thing. Yeah, and here let's go to the list box, and here children, let's try to use the children. That's it. Yeah, so this is also a recommended way. So this is how we will be implementing. So these are the different ways how we can implement the components in the React app. So now we have learned about the component composition. So like how we can use the children prop using this reserved keyword, and also we have seen that we can also pass the components as in props to the component. So these are the two ways which we can pass it. So now what I will try to do is, I will commit this code in a new branch, that is nothing but video-57, and I will commit this code reusable component. So we have made this one as a reusable components, right? So I will commit this code. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, means you can go to my GitHub repository URL. The link is provided in the description below of this one, of every video. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here we have completed the design part and all those things. So it's time for us to learn about the getting of this data from the API. So here I am using the Google Books API. So this is our API which I am trying to use it. So using this API, we want our API key. Okay, we can get our API key here in the credentials. So here you will be able to see the show key, and this is the key. So let's copy this key, and here in our app.js. So where we need to write our code? In our app.js. Here I will be writing the constant key is equal to, and here I will use it like this. Okay, fine. So now we need to get the details. So here I will be copying this API URL and here what I can do is, so let's go into this one. Okay, and here I will write. So I have explained you about the render logic, this was right. So whenever we need to modify the state or we need to write the logic in the render logic. So actually this function, everything component function is a render logic. So now if you try to write the code here, so let's say that we want to get data, means we will be using the fetch API. So here we are using something like a Monk Ferrari, we will use it. So monk plus Ferrari. Okay, and the download is equal to EPUB and all those things, will leave it, and the key is nothing but our key. This is our thing, and it will return you the response, and this response we need to convert it into response.json, and this one again in return returns you the promise, and here you will be getting the data. So I will be doing console.log of data. Okay, so here I am writing the logic in the render. I am writing the fetch API in the render logic. Now let's try to see whether we are able to get the output or not. So here we are writing the key. I will use the key here. Okay, now if you try to see the output, let's go into the inspect element and we will see the console whether we are able to get the output or not. So here if you see at the bottom, I will refresh this page. If you see at the bottom, we are able to get the data, and here these are the items we are able to get it, and these are all the items which we need to write it, and in the volume info we will be having all the data. So let's try to format these all the things. So for formatting this one, so what we can write is we can create a new folder, that is services. In this services I will create a new file, that is format book response.js file, and in this one I will create a function export function format book response. So here you will be getting the books data, and for these books we need to format the response. So for this one what I will try to do here, let's say that we got the books data, and here for this one I will make one empty array, so in order to make the response, and for let item of, I am looping over one by one, books data dot item. Okay, items, so I am looping over this variable. Okay, so this items I am looping over. So as this one is an array, we are looping over each one. So I will create one object, let book is equal to empty, and here what I can do is, so here what I will try to do is, so let's say that we need a title, book dot title. So for this title, where it is present in the item, let's take each item. Okay, let's take this each item in the volume info dot title. So here book dot title, it should be item dot volume volume info dot title. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So here we should not, there is no need to use the title. Yeah, and the another one which we need to write it is the ISBN. Okay, ISBN where it is present. So ISBN, where is this ISBN present? If you try to see the ISBN, so here industry identifiers, in this one you will be able to see ISBN 13-bit and also a 10-bit we are able to see it. So let's try to take the ISBN first one only. So I will try to take here like this, and the another one what I want to do is the image. Okay, so image, and where it is present, image, it is present in the what I can say here in our image links. Okay, in the image links it is present. Okay, let's try to take this thumbnail. So here I will be pasting this one also. So I am using question mark here. So why? Because it's an optional chaining, sometimes it may not be present, you will get an undefined. So the another one what I want to use is the publisher, where it is present, item dot volume info dot publisher. Okay, so this is also completed, and we don't have a rating here. Why? Because we will be getting something like not mature, something like this. So we'll try to make this one as an static. Okay, 4.5, and that's it. So we have completed our book, and finally we need to push this one, books dot push of book, and finally we will return these books. So this is the formatted one. Now if you try to console.log format book response of data, we will try to check this one, and here if I refresh this page, let's see what will happen. Uncaught reading publisher. Okay, so what is this problem? Volume info, it should be volume info. Now if I refresh this page, what will happen? Let's see. Yeah, here we are able to get the output, This time we are able to get the formatted one. So image, ISBN, everything we are able to get it. Now what I want to do here, so we have completed making of this data, and we need to push this one. Okay, so push this one out. So we need to add it to the state data. So how can we add it is, so that is nothing but what can I do is set books data of format. So whatever the data we are getting it, and we will format it here. So now if you try to see immediately, okay, if you try to see immediately, and if I refresh this page, so then what will happen, you try to observe, see here it is going on, the API is going on calling. So this should not happen. Okay, so this should not happen it like this. So now what I can do is console.log. Why? Because it is doing is, so here let me stop this one. Yeah, so now I have stopped this one. So now what it is happening is here, so whenever you are calling this one in the render logic, so you are trying to set the state data. Whenever a state changes, it will re-render again this data, right? So because of that reason, so it is re-rendering again. So it is going on to the infinite redirection. So this should not happen. So then what we need to do here, so we have a special important tool, side effect, that is nothing but useEffect. Okay, by using this useEffect, we need to import it from the React useEffect. So at the top you will be able to see useEffect from the React, and here useEffect, and this will take a function. So you can write it like this also, arrow function, and now you can copy this entire thing and you can paste it here. That's it. And now this time what you need to do, so here you need to write an square bracket, so that it will be this useEffect, this data will be called only on the component mounted. Now if you try to see the example here, you will be able to see that output has been fired. So you will be able to see this is firing 2 times. Why is this happening here is, so if you try to go to the index.js, our main code, so here we are having a react.strict mode. So this react.strict mode will make the component to be rendered twice. Why? Because in order to check any outdated technologies we are using, outdated libraries whether we are using or not, it will try to check it. But in the production it will not execute multiple times. If you want, you can remove the strict mode and you can check it. Now, so fine. So now we have completed the useEffect. So this will be called only on the mounted. Now I don't want to use this old way of chaining these promises. I want to use the async await. Okay, you can write it. But in the useEffect, how we need to write this async and await is, so first we need to create a new function, async function, and fetch post. Okay, so why? Because the useEffect will always be asynchronous. It always expects the function to be executed synchronously. So that is the reason. This async await will not work. Why? Because async always returns a promise. So that could not be possible. Why? Because if you write here async, and here if you try to write the code constant, see, useEffect must not return anything besides a function. So this async means always it will try to return a something. So now what is the reason we can do is, so here this is our fetch data, right? So here what I can say, response is equal to await of, like this we can write it, and here constant data is equal to await response dot JSON, you can write it like this, and at the last what I can do here, I can do the console.log of data. So that's it. Now I can remove this entire thing. Now if I save it, so now we are not able to execute a function. Why? Because this useEffect will always be asynchronous. So this is expecting a promise. So now this should not be like this. So for that reason what we can do is, so here I can copy this entire thing and I can write it here, and here also what I can do, set books data of format book response of this data. So we can send this like this, and what we need to do, so here we need to call the fetch post. So where we need to call it, here in this async, sorry, you can remove this async here right directly. Now it will not throw you any error. So now we are able to get the output. So this is static data. Now here in this one what we need to do, here you need to call the fetch post. That's it. Now the entire thing has been changed. See, you will be able to see the bank who sold his Ferrari. This all the data is coming from the API this time. So this is how we will be working. So here we are not able to get it. Why? Here I haven't posted. So we'll try to do it in the next video. or otherwise we'll do it right now only. What is that we are having? The date also we will be able to have. So in the app.js, if you go here and let's try to print the console.log of data. I think there here will be there. I think let's try to see. Yeah, here in the items, in the kind, in the volume info, you will be able to see publisher, published date. Okay, we will take this published date, and in here in this one I will write it as an here item dot volume info dot published date, and here let's remove this one. Yeah, now let's see whether we are able to get this one or not. So if I try to refresh this page, now this time yeah, here now I am able to get 2006, 1996, 2002. So like this we are able to get it, right? Some places we are getting including the date and all those things. So fine, this is how we will be getting it. So hope you understood about this concept. We are using this useEffect. So here we are using this useEffect, and also we are using through the async and await thing. So I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-58. So create new branch video-58, and I will commit this entire code. So fetch post useEffect. I will commit this entire code and I will publish this branch. So whoever may be having doubts, if you want to refer the code, you can go and refer this code. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video we will see, so if any error occurs or any data is getting very slow through the API, means how we can show the loading symbol, we'll try to see it. For example, let's say that here when I try to refresh this data, so here we are able to see that we are able to get the data very quickly. Now for example, if I keep a slow 3G, so if you are having a slow internet, then if I try to refresh this page, so here it will take some time. So here we are getting a dummy data, it is displaying. Let's try to remove those all dummy data. App.js, and I will be going to the app.js. They will remove this entire books data, so there is no need for us to use this books data. And where is our useState? Yeah, here I will give it as an empty array. Now let's see. So now if you try to refresh this page, now you will get an empty screen first. You will get an empty screen. We are having a slow 3G, right? It will take some time to load. Slowly it will load. Oh, we are having one error. Yeah. Now if you refresh this page again, now it will take some, slowly it will load. And at the first time you will be able to see some white space. First time when you are calling the API, it will take some white space. Yeah, here you are getting a white display, and afterwards sometime after getting the response, you are able to show the data. So in this place I want to show some loading. I want to show the loading text. So how can I show this one? So for example, let's say that here I can have a variable constant is loading and comma set is loading. So for the first time it will be useState of false. It will be false. So when we are calling this fetch data, so it should be set is loading to true. I want to make it as a true. And here after getting all those data, I want to make set is loading of false. Okay. Now let's see what will happen. So we are having this, yeah, here the book list is there, right? So here I want to show that if is loading is there, then I want to show a new one, loader. Okay, loader, I want to show the loader. And if it is not there, then I want to show the books list. Okay, so this one I want to show it. So fine, right? So I am showing the books list. So I have made this set is loading to false. So now if you try to, the loader symbol is not there, right? The component, we need to create the component. Okay, let's create the component loader.js file, and here export default function loader, and here we need to write export, and I will return this one. So here I will show loading. Okay, and for this one I will apply the style. This is an object, text align center, and also I will apply a margin top 10 pixel or 20 pixel. We can keep it 20 pixel. There is no need of semicolon. Yeah. Now if you try to refresh this page, okay, loader, we need to include this loader also. Where is this one? Yeah, loader. I have included the loader also. Now if you try to refresh this page, so in the slow 3G I am refreshing this page. Okay, it's common. So in the slow 3G I am refreshing this page. Now we need to see a loading symbol here. Let's see the loading symbol. It may take some time to load it. So but we are able to see here. I am able to see a loading symbol, and after some time we are able to see it. Yeah, here. Okay, the spelling mistake, margin top. Fine, this is also completed. Now you will be able to see the data. Now what I want to do is, for example, let's say that when you are calling this data, suddenly the internet has gone. So the network is down suddenly. So for example, let's say that it is calling, let it call the XHR. So suddenly the internet is down, or otherwise let's try to refresh it again. Oh, now we are in offline, right? Slow 3G, and here let's do it. So it is telling, and here, oh yeah, here suddenly internet is down. So now here what is this happening, failed to fetch or something like that, we are able to see this one. So how can I rectify this type of issues? So for example, let's say that whenever an internet is down means, then how we can rectify this one. So for example, let's say that offline. Oh, what is this one? It's coming. So like this we are happening, right? So for this one, what we can do is, so let's go to our app.js. Here this is our app.js, right? So we can add this one in a try block. Okay, so I will be adding this one in a try block, and I will catch it with an error, and we can do the console.log of error.message. I will try to show this error.message. Now if you try to see the output, let's see what is the output. We will get it, and I will try to make it offline. After some time, let it load, and I see here we are able to see still it is in the loading. We don't know, so actually the network has been failed, but still it is in the loading, and here we are able to see that it is a failed to fetch. So this message is coming from the catch finally, and it is telling that failed to fetch. So here what we can do is, so here we can have another variable, state variable, constant error, and also set error is equal to useState of empty. And here I will show another, I will create another component, that is error message.js file, and here I will have export default function error message, and here I will return it div, and I will show this message, whatever the message you are trying to send it, here I will try to show it. That's it. So here I can use this one. So where we can use this one, in our app.js. So here this is the is loading it, right? So when there is an is loading, so here I can write it in such a, so now this is somewhat critical. When there is an is loading, okay, then I need to show the loader. Okay, so when there is not is loading, and also not error, so error message is there, then I need to show this book list. Okay, and now when there is an error, then I need to show the error message, and I need to send the message as an error. Here message is equal to error message, I want to send it, and here also in this as error message we will be having the same thing which the loader is having, the styles. I will copy these entire styles, and here also I will paste it. Okay, fine, that's it. Now let's see the example for this one. Let's go to the network. I think we are in the offline. Okay, now let's try to refresh this page, and if I refresh this page, and we will move to offline, sorry, we will move to offline. When we get the data, suddenly we need to get fail to fetch. Now I have clicked here. So what has happened here in this one, error message, everything is there in the console. If you try to see, so fail to fetch is there. Okay, so we are not setting the error, right? So here I can set the error of to error dot message. Okay, and I will try to do set is loading to false. So in this one also we need to make it as in false. That's it. Now let's go to network again, and I will try to move to slow 3G, and I will refresh this page. Immediately I will move to offline. Okay, now here it is taking some time to load it. Let's load it. And here we is calling, and I will make it as, see here, now we are able to see fail to fetch. Instead of loading, instead of showing the loading that user, so there is no need to wait. Instead of loading, like showing the loading symbol, we are telling that it failed to fetch. Why? Because internet is down. So this is one method. Now for example, let's say that here we are having Monk plus Ferrari, right? So now here let's say that we are having a query, the search query, some dummy data we are having it, and I want to show this query data. Okay, and here I want to search it. So that means we will not get any data, right? So here we are using this console.log of data. Now let's go to the console, and here I will move to the no throttling. So no throttling, so that means it will be very fast. Now here if I refresh this page, so now if I refresh this page, we will get the, here we are getting some data. Okay, we are getting at least some data. So here I will write something like this. Let's see whether we are able to get it or not. Oh, still we are able to get some data. Okay, now I will write SD like this. I will write it, and if I try to refresh this page, still I am able to get it, this one. See, now we are able to get that total items as 0. So this one is not available. We are getting total items 0. Now here we are not having these items, right? Books data dot items. Now here I can write a condition in such a way that if not of book dot data dot items, okay, if not of books data dot items, then I will throw new error. Sorry, I will throw a new error. No books data available. Okay, so this is the thing. Now if I try to refresh this page, see, now I am able to see, I am able to show the message no books data available. So this is how we can handle the error messages. So whenever you are getting any data or something, any errors, so you can handle it like this. Now if I try to refresh this page again, now here instead of getting this what is that one you are getting, now here if I refresh this page, and also node items available. Oh, why we are not? Okay, not of books data dot items. What is it I have written? Throw new error if not of books data dot items data. Oh, sorry, items dot length. Write it like this. Now we will try to see the output. Still we are able to see no books data available. Why? Oh, whether we are empty cache and reload it. No books data available. So this one, why it is going into this one? Oh, I have written books data, right? So this should be something like data. That is the problem. Hey, what is happening? Yeah. Now if you refresh this page, still we are able to see that same one. Yeah, now I am able to get this output. So like this we need to check the handle the error messages. Hope you understand about this one. I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is video-59. Whoever may be having doubts or anything, so they can go back and refer to this data. So here what I can say is handling error messages. Okay, and I will commit this all the code. Let's publish this branch also. So whoever may be having a doubts or anything, if you want to refer the code means, so I have posted the link in the GitHub repository. The link is provided in the description below. The link is provided in the description below of each video. Whoever may be having doubts in this code means you can refer that code. And also if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in this video, we will learn about the useEffect dependency array. So we have seen about the useEffect hook, right? So when we need to use the useEffect hook and all those things we have understood. Now let's try to see the second argument which we are trying to pass it as an array. So let's try to see about the dependency array. So we have discussed about the useEffect dependency array a few times already, but we don't know yet what it is actually does and how it works. By default, effects will run after each and every render. However, that's almost never what we want. But we can change this default behavior by passing a dependency array into the useEffect hook as a second argument. So here what I am supposed to explain is, effects always will run after each and every render. So when the rendering is completed, the effects will run after each and every render. So but if you don't want that type of behavior, then we can change that behavior using a dependency array, which we can pass it as a second argument. By default, so fine. Without the dependency array, React doesn't know when to run the effect. So that is the thing. So without dependency array, if you don't have a dependency array, React doesn't know when to run the effect. But if you do specify the effect dependencies by passing in the dependency array, the effect will be executed each time that one of the dependencies changes. Effect dependencies are state variables and props. So what are those dependencies arrays? It contains about state variables and the props that are used inside the effect. And the rule is that each and every one of these state variables and props must be included in the dependency array. So that is the main thing. So consider this example. So let's say that this is an example. Here I am having something like title, which is a props. Okay. And here I am having the constant user rating, which is a state variable, and I am having an useEffect hook. So here I am having a function. So if not of title, return. So here I am using document.title. I am trying to update the title and I am returning this one. So let's leave with that one. So here the second argument is title and user rating. Why? Because we are using the title and user rating in the function. So those two are the dependencies. Here in the example, the effect uses the title prop and the user rating state variable. We can clearly see that the title is a prop and the user rating is a state. Therefore, both of them must be included in the dependency array. So the effect function depends on these variables to do its work. And therefore, we need to tell React about them. Otherwise, if the title or the user rating changes, React will not know about this change and therefore it won't be able to re-execute the effect code. So the effect, and therefore it won't be able to execute the re-execute. This leads to a bug called stale closure. And we will talk about this what a stale closure is and also about some more rules about the dependency array after some videos. But for now, we will understand why the dependency array is so important for the useEffect hook. We can say that the useEffect hook is an event listener, that is listening for one or more dependencies to change. Something like we can say that useEffect is like an event listener. And when one of the dependencies does change, useEffect will simply execute the effect again. So a bit like a regular event listener. Don't think that is an easy event listener. So according to that one, so how it behaves, I am trying to tell you. In our example, where we have the title and the user rating dependencies in the array. So whenever the title or the user rating changes, the React will execute the effect again. So it will run the code one or more time, which will in turn update the document title. Effects are used to keep a component synchronized with some external system. So some system that lives outside of our React based code. And if we think that exactly what is happening here. So the state and props of our component are now in fact synchronized with an external system, which is in this case the title of the document. Now updating the title in some other way will of course not magically update the title. The synchronization only works in one way, but that's not really the point. The same actually happens with state updates, and we will say that the UI is in sync with the state. So the use effect truly is a synchronization mechanism. Whenever a dependency changes, the effect is executed again, and the dependencies are always state or props. What happens to the component each time when the state or props changed or updated? The component will be re-rendered. So this is the concept we already know. This means that effects and the lifecycle of a component instance are deeply interconnected. That's why when the useEffect hook was first introduced, many people thought it was a lifecycle hook rather than a hook for synchronizing the component with a side effect. We can use the dependency array to run effects when the component renders or re-renders. Let's look at the three types of dependency arrays. The first one is the useEffect function, and it has a dependency of xyz. So here effect that useEffect is synchronized with the x, y, and z. So this one runs on the mount. The function will runs on the mount and re-renders triggers by updating x or y or z. This effect will be executed each time when the component instance is being re-rendered by an update to x, y, or z. But if some piece of state or props is updated, then this particular effect will not be executed. Other than x, y, z, if other state executed means is changed means this particular effect will not be executed. And another type is useEffect function, and it's an empty array. So effect synchronizes with no state or props, and therefore it will run only on the mount. If an effect has no dependencies, it doesn't use any values that are relevant for rendering the component. So therefore it's safe to be executed only once. So the last one, finally, what I want to tell you is the useEffect of function. Finally, if you have no array at all, we already know that the effect will run on every render, which is usually bad and not what we want. Now if the effect runs on every render, that basically means that the effect synchronizes with everything. So essentially every state and every prop in the component will be dependencies in this case. Let's look at when exactly effects are executed during the render and the commit process. Let's see the timeline. So here what I wanted to explain you is, so when this exactly effects will be executed, so during the render process or the commit process. First one is the mount, initial render. So when the initial rendering happens, the whole process starts with the mounting the component instance. After that, result of the rendering is committed to the DOM, and finally the DOM changes are painted to the screen. So these are all the concept we already have learned about this one. So now effects will be executed after the browser has painted the component instance on the screen. So here you need to understand, effects will be executed after the browser has painted the component instance on the screen. That's why we can say that effects run asynchronously after the render has been painted to the screen. And the reason why it works like this is because the effects may contain long running process. If the effects execute before paint process, it would block this entire process, and users would see an old version of the component for way too long. Why that effect does not execute during render is that if it sets state, then a second additional render will be required to display the UI correctly. So that is the reason. This is one of the reasons why you should not overuse the effects. So here, so what you need to do is you should not overuse the effects. Why? Because whenever you are trying to use the effects and change the state means again an initial render will be happened. So that is the reason we will be not using. So that means here you need to understand that after rendering and the committing, then the effect will be executed. So if you want to execute during the render process means, then we have another effect that is called as a layout effect, which React discourages that one using it. But I am trying to explain you that layout effect is also there, which is different from the regular effect. Effects always executes after the rendering and the commit phase. So this is all about the use effect thing, about the dependency array. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in the previous video, we have seen about the dependency array of the use effect, right? Let's try to see about the different types of implementation of this one. For example, let's say that use effect is there. So here, if you are having a use effect, and this use effect will be executed, let's say console.log, executed on every render. Okay, so on every render this will be executed. And now if you are having this use effect of, and if you are having another use effect, and this will be executed on only console.log executed on mounted or on initial render. Now I will try to use the console.log here, console.log, so executed on every render logic. So this one is outside the use effect. So these are the things. Now, so let's keep it like this. Now if you try to see the example in the inspect element, okay, so if you try to see the console, so I will remove this one and I will refresh this page. Now here if you try to see here, so executed on every render logic. Okay, so this one has been executed on every render logic, and here there is nothing but this is the first time it is getting executed. I already mentioned you, right? So this use effect will be fired after the rendering. So this one will be fired during the rendering. So that is the reason this one has executed first, and afterwards it has been executed, this one executed on every render, and afterwards executed on initial render. So top to bottom approach he has been, and again it has been executed on every render. Why? Because so the what I can say is this one is another time. So we know that 2 times it will be executed, right? So because of the strict mode, so that is the reason 2 times it executed, and again it has been executed on every render logic. So again the re-render is happening because of the data we are getting it set low is loading set error, we are trying to make it right because of that reason, and the set is loading is changed, the state variable, again the executed on every render is fired. So like this it is going on fired. So but if you try to observe on initial rendering only, this is the one which is fired only one time. So this is the only first time it has been executed on the initial render. So after that it has not been executed. So this is the usage of this use effect. For example, let's say that we are having this search books. So let's try to implement the search functionality of this search books. Now where it is located in the navbar, okay, and here in the search.js. So if I search here, I want to change this data. So this data is present in the app.js. Why? Because so here what I want to do here, I want to fetch the post using a query. So this query should be there. So let's try to make it as a state variable. So here I will make it as a query comma set query useState, and I will use the useState of empty. I will make this one as an empty. So now this is the state variable. Now I will send this one to the navbar. Instead of sending this one to the navbar, let's go to the navbar and copy this search and paste it as a children. It will be fine, right? So I will be pasting this one as a children here, search, and here let's import this search bar, okay, and I will send this query is equal to query, and also set query is equal to set query. Okay, so this is also done. Now we have a query. Let's go to the search.js, and here we got the query and also the set query. So we got these two things, and here I will set this value to query, and here on input, so whenever we are trying to change it, so we will be getting the event set query of e.target.value. That's it. So now we have changed this one. Now let's go into this app.js, and I will remove this all the use effect. I don't want to use it. Just I want to show you that how the use effect will be firing. Now we got this use effect. Now what I want to do, so if I try to refresh this page, okay, so it is why it is still if I try to refresh this page, now I think no books data available. Why? Because the query is empty. Okay, now here I will try to search it monk. So here I have been able to search this one monk, but I am not getting any details. Why I am not getting any details? So here what I want to see, let's see the components, and here in our app.js, if you try to see here, so the state is getting updated to monk, but we are not calling it. And now what we need to do, so whenever we get the data, okay, so whenever we get the data, so here what we need to do is, so here whenever we get the data, we need to re-execute this fetch post again, and fetch post will take the query and it will try to run it. So here, in order to get the fetch post, so whenever this query state value is changing, then it needs to rerun this fetch post. So what can we do here? We have learned in our dependency array. So I need to mention the query. So whenever the initial render it will find, and also whenever the search query is there, whenever the query state get updates, then also it will run. And here we are getting an error, cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. Let's go to the format book response of 0. I think this for some of the data, this one we are not getting, I think. So let's try to add a condition in such a way that if it is there, why? Because that one is an ISBN, so we need it mandatorily. Now I think whether we will be able to get it, I think. So let's try to refresh this page. So we are getting no books data available, okay. And I am trying to write monk here. So here I am getting the data, but still we are able to see no books data available. So why is this causing this one is, so why? Because here we are setting the error and we are not making it as a false when we empty when we are trying to call it again. So here what I can do is I can call this set error of empty the first time. So we need to reset all this data. Now we are able to see this data. See monk, we are able to get the details of monk. Now if I try to see the network, and here in the fetch XHR, if I try to show you, and here let's say that I will try to search Ferrari, okay. So here you will be able to see all the things got searched here, payload, and we are able to get the Ferrari and everything. Now everything is working fine. Now what I want to do is, so initially whenever I am calling this one, so something like Lord of the Rings, if I try to search Lord of the Rings, so Lord of the Rings, so we are able to get this all data, right? So all the time it should not be searched. So what I want to do is, so here I want to write in such a way that if query dot length is less than 3, if it is less than 3 or less than 4, okay, then don't search for one, don't search it. So that means I can make this set error of empty, or otherwise we can leave it. So I can return it, okay. So or otherwise we need to fetch the post. Now let's try to check it here. So if I go to M here, O N K, now we are able to get the details. So for the first 3 letters we are not calling it, so then afterwards we are calling it. So this looks somewhat pretty fine, right? So this is how we will be using this use effect in order to implement the fetch post. Now we have completed our search box also in this one. So now the search box, everything is working fine. Now what we need to do is, so when I click on this book details, so I need to show these all the book details here at the right side. So let's try to implement this one in the next video. Hope you understood about this concept. So what I will try to do is, I will commit this code in a new branch, that is nothing but 61. So our code is right now video-61. So why? Because the previous video is a slideshow. So video-61. I will try to commit this one. So search box implemented, and I will commit this code. So whoever may be having doubts, if they want to refer the code, so the GitHub repository link is provided in the description below of this video. So you can go there and you can refer to the code. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video, we will learn how we can select a particular book details so that we can show all the details of the book. So here when we try to search here monk, so here we are able to show so many books we are able to as a list, right? So when I click on a particular book, I need to show all the details in the right hand side. So let's try to implement this one. So for selecting this one, so if we need an ISBN of this book, it's more than enough. So now here what I want to do is, so here when I select this one, we need to make it selected. So that means, so it should be something like, if you go here and inspect the element, here I need to show here the book details. So for this one, so there is no need for us to capture all these details, and there is no need for us to send it here. So here in order to show it, so where I need to show, where I need to add it, I need to add a new component that is nothing but book details. So we will try to add a book details. Okay, book details.js file, and here export default function and I will add the book details, and this is our thing. And here if you return, I will be returning due book details. Now where I need to show these book details, so here at the right hand side. Now if we go to the components, and I will try to show you where we need to add this selected ID. Oh, this one is not coming. Sometimes this one will not come, I don't know. So here let's go to the components again, and let's see here. Yeah, now I'm able to get this component thing. Sometimes it will not work. Now here I need to, this is our main, and this is our two list boxes. So this is the right hand box, and this is the left hand box. So in this right hand box, I don't want to show this all the summary and the book read list. I want to show only the book details. So that means here when the, what I can say is when this one is selected, okay, when here in this list box, okay, when this one is selected in this book list, so any book is selected, okay, so we need to show the data. So that means what I need to do here in this book list, so in this one in the list box, so here I need to, so here for these two things common parent is this one. So if you try to see the main.js, so here if I try to open the main.js, so what is the content we are having here? So it is a children, so that means app.js is the main thing. So from here in the app.js, so we need to maintain the selected ID. Here what I will try to do is, here I will create constant selected book ID, or otherwise selected ID, and I will do set selected ID. So I am making it as an ID. Actually here it is not an ID, ISBN, selected ISBN or selected book. And I will, the first time I will make it as a useState of empty. Okay. Now this selected ID here in our list box, books read summary and book read list, when this selected ID is there, so that means when this selected ID is there, then I need to show the book details. Okay, I need to show the book details, or otherwise I can show these two things. So here these are the two things which doesn't have a common root element, so I am adding the React fragment. That's it. So here this is the situation. I can remove this one. Yeah. So this is the thing, and here I need to pass the selected ID as a props. Okay, that's it. Now when I try to take the mock, okay, here when I click on this link, somehow we need to make this one as selected ID. So that means here we are having the set selected ID, right? So here I can have a function handle selected ID of ID, I will get it. Okay, so this is something like set selected ID only. Set selected ID, set selected ID of ID. I will try to maintain like this, and this is our handle selected ID. And now what I can do is, so this one is completely on the books list, right? So here this is our books list, and here I can write handle selected ID is equal to handle selected ID. I will try to send it to here. Now this handle selected ID, let's go to the books list. So let's open this books list. So here we are having each one. So here I will be getting the handle selected ID, right? So here I need to call this handle selected ID. So here I can write it something like handle selected ID is equal to, so this guy needs to call this handle selected ID. Okay, and how we can call it is, so here I can write it something like, so we know that one, right? So here I will try to add the book.isbn. So we know the book.isbn. So here I am adding it. This handle selected ID we are able to get it. And let's go to the book.js, and in this book.js, here you will be getting this handle selected ID. Oh, sorry. Handle selected ID. I am getting this one. And when I click on this complete li, on click, I will try to get that handle selected ID. Oh, sorry. Again, this one. Handle selected ID. I will call this handle selected ID. That's it. Now when you try to refresh this page, and now here when I click on this monk, okay, when I click on this one, see immediately the component has been changed to the book details. So now we are able to successfully show these book details. Now let's go to the book details, and now we are sending the selected ID to this one. Okay, So here I will be adding this selected detail, selected ID, and I will show this one selected ID here directly. Okay, so now if I click on something, so we are able to get an ISBN. So here wherever I am clicking on this one, so ISBN is getting changed. So now we are able to get the book ISBN details. Fine. So everything is working fine. Now when I want to get back this original back screen, so then what I need to do here, let's add a back screen, back button. Here I will do button back. I will use a back, and this one when we click on this one on click, so here we need to let's have a button, let's have a method handle close. Okay, so I will call this one handle close. So here handle back or handle back, we will try to write it anything, handle back, and here also I will try to use handle back. Now if you try to go into the app.js, and which one for this book details, so here handle back is equal to handle back, I will try to use it, and here we can add a function handle back. So when this back is handled, I want to make this selected ID as empty. That's it. Now let's see whether it will work or not. Now I am going into the here, and I will search again the monk, and we are getting here like this, and here I am able to see a back button, and this back button, if I click here, see we are able to get the original screen. Now when I click on this one, so we are able to get it. Now when I click on this one, we are able to see the updated ISBN, changed ISBN. Now when I click on the same thing, when I click on the same book, I want to close this one. So what I can do here, so here I will be getting the ID. If ID is equal to selected ID, okay, so this is our selected ID. If ID is equal to selected ID, and this selected ID, then so we will pass it as an empty, or otherwise you save that ID. That's it. Now here this monk is there, so when I click on this one, it is able to change. When I click on again in this one, see we are able to go back this one. So when you again click on the same book, so we are going back. So we are thinking that user is intentionally want to close that book details. So this is how we will be handling. So here what we have did, so we have added two methods. So if you want, you can also add it a single method, or you can pass this same method directly. And here what we are trying to do, so we are created a new component book details, which will show the book details. Right now we are carrying only the ISBN, so there we will call an API with that ISBN, and we will get all those book details. So here in this book details we will show it, and we are adding a condition if selected ID is there. So that means if the user has selected any book ID, any book, so we need to show those all book details. So for that reason we are loading that component, or otherwise we will be showing all the user saved thing and all those things. So that's it guys about this one. So what I will try to do is I will create a new branch here, video-62, and I will commit this entire code. So here added book details. Okay, now I will commit this entire code, and I will publish this branch. So whoever may be having a doubts referring this code and all those things, so they can go back to my GitHub repository URL. The link is provided in the description below. So anybody having doubt means you can refer to that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. After a long time, I am doing again video after 10 days I think. So I am in a small vacation. So that is the reason I didn't get a time to post the videos. But still I am in some other place, so that is the reason I am posting the videos through another system. So maybe the fonts and all those things may look a little bit smaller. Why? Because I am doing from the laptop. So fine, let's move on to the topic. So from where we have stopped is, so when I click on a particular ID, I am able to get the ID details. That is nothing but the book ID. If you try to see the inspect element in this one, console, and here this is the object, and I am trying to get the ID, which is not actually an ID, it's an ISBN. If you try to see here in our app.js, and we need to go to the books list. If you go into the books list, and here handle selected ID, I am trying to get the ISBN. But in order to have the API, so we should not get the ISBN. So the API, if we want to get a particular book details, so we need to get the book ID. That is nothing but this ID, which is present in the Google API's book. So this ID we need to catch it. So now what we can do is, so here instead of getting the ISBN, I will try to get the ID. Okay, I am sending back the ID. So ISBN we can keep it. Why? Because ISBN is also unique one. And here if I try to refresh this page, and if I go into the Monk and if I press enter, so we are able to get all those details. And if I click on this one, so we are not able to see any details, right? So we are not able to see the details. Why it is happening here like this is, so if you go to the console and if you try to see the object, and here if I go to the app.js, let's try to press enter. Now here the problem what we are trying to get it here, if I click on a particular book details, we are not able to see any book details, right? So the ID, we are not able to see the ID. Let's try to debug this one. So here I will try to use the debugger. Long back so much of gap we got it, right? So in order to have this one, let's do it. We will do it by step so that you will be also having a clear idea. So now if I click on this one, so we are able to get debugger, but this time the ID we are getting it as an undefined. So that means we are not able to get a particular ID. Why we are not able to get a particular ID? Now here we are trying to get all the book details, and here we are setting the books data, and we are formatting the response here. So let's try to see the format response. And here this is the book we are framing the object, right? In this book we are not having an ID. And if you go here into the components and all those things also, here if you see the books list, okay, so this is our books list. Let's remove this one, books list. And in this books list, what is happening here? Let's go into the network, and here let's go to the components again. What is the console we are getting? Let's refresh this page again. Yeah, now here in our Monk, I will try to press Monk. Now here we got the values, and let's go to the components, and in the books list, so here in the books data, so this is our data, right? So here we are having image, ISBN, publisher, rating, title, year, but we are not having an ID, but still we are trying to access the ID. Okay, so now what I can do here, let's go into this one. So let's try to catch the ID. How can I catch the ID? The ID is present in somewhat in the console. If you go here and in our items, so here you will be having a ID, that is nothing but item.id. I think so. Item.volume.info, item.id. I can add item.id. That's it. Now let's see whether we can able to see the particular output or not. If I click on this one, sorry, we are not able to see it. Let's refresh this page. We'll try to see this time. Let's close this one. And here in our Monk, if I press Monk and if I click here, see now this time I am able to see the ID of that particular book. Fine, we got the ID. Okay, now I don't want to show this ID. I want to show all the complete book details. So that is the main thing. So let's try to make the call using this ID. So that one we need to make it in the book details. So here is the where we are showing that ID, right? Selected ID. And here when we got a selected ID, we need to call the API on mounted. So on mounted means then we need to use the useEffect. So useEffect, we need to call the function, and here this should be called only on the mounted, so that means square bracket, and here I can call something like get book details. So this is the method I will call it, and here you will be having an async function get book details. Okay, so this is the method I will be calling, and here you need to get the details. Now let's go into the app.js. So here in order to get a single details, so here you need to write volumes v1/volumes. Up to here you need to copy. Let's go to here, and in this one constant response is equal to await fetch of, and this is the volumes, and here you need to call the particular ID. So here selected ID, that's it. Now this is the ID we are able to get it, and here we will be getting the book details. So that is nothing but await response dot json. So we got the details, and here let's try to console the book details. That's the main thing. So we are able to get the single book details or not. Let's try to see. Now here if I refresh this page, and if I go to the if I go to the monk, and if I click on this one, so here we are able to get an API call, and in this API call we are able to get a particular book details. We are able to get it. The data is one and the same only. Now what we need to do is we need to format this all the data. So how we can format it? Already we have a method that is nothing but format book response. But here the problem what we are having is, so here we are looping over the each one, and we are trying to do here like this. So now here we don't want to loop. So here what I can do is, I don't want to loop. Here what I can do is, here let book is equal to prepare book object, and I will try to send the item. That's it. Now here I will be having another function, export function prepare book object of book details, single book details, you'll get it. And here I will prepare this one, and I will return the book here. That's it. So this is the, now I can use this prepare book object. Here if I go into the book details, and here we got the details console.log, and here I can do prepare book object of book details. That's it. Now if you try to see the output, now let's go here and refresh this page. Maybe what is this error we are getting? I think nothing, no error. Prepare book export function prepare book let book. Oh, okay. We are overriding the data. Fine. So we are getting this one all, and here we are trying to do the item, right? Let's try to convert it into an item only. Then it will be very easy for us. Now if you see the output for this one, hopefully this one should work. And here I will be trying to do the, sorry, not book here. Okay, whatever the thing, monk. Let's click on this one. So here I am able to get the details which I have formatted it. So in this formatted way we need to get it. Let's add some more data also. So before that we need to populate the book details, complete book details here. So now we got the list of all the data. Now we will and also we have the formatted book details. So in the next video what we will try to do is, so this one using these details we'll try to show all the book details here. All the book details means the complete details of that particular selected book. We need to show it here. So you can do it on your own, or otherwise I will do it in the next video. So this is how we will be getting. So what we are trying to do here, we are calling the useEffect upon mounted. So we are getting the selected ID, and we are getting all the book details, and we are trying to prepare the book object. Now we need to save it in our state variable, and we need to populate it here. Let's try to do it in the next video. Hope you understood about this one. So what I will try to do is, so this is video-62, right? So I will commit this one in our new branch, that is video-63. Create new branch video-63, and I will commit this code. So book details on mounted, I will call it, and I will commit this entire code, and I will publish this branch. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, so the GitHub repository link is provided in the description below. Whoever may be having doubts, if you want to refer this code, means you can go to that particular GitHub repository URL, and you can go to that particular video branch, and you can check that particular code. That's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. Now here we are able to successfully fetch the details from the API. Now if I click on this one, so we are able to fetch the API details. Where is this? What is happened? So we are not able to get it, or what? 1 second. Let's check it. Yeah, get book details, and we are calling this one, right? Let's refresh this page again. And here I will search this one, monk, and here if I click on this one, yeah, now we are able to call this. So we are able to successfully get the details, and also we are able to format this one also. Now it's time for us to show all the details here. Let's go into the book details.js file, and here I will be creating one simple div, class name is equal to book details, and this is our book details, and here I will be having one div, and here I will be having one image, and here I will show some book dot image, and we don't have this book, right? So here we get this book details, and we are consoling the details. And now here let's create a constant book comma set book is equal to useState of, so right now the first time it will be empty, and here we will be having this one, right? So let's here set is book, sorry, set book, that's it. So we are preparing the details. Now book dot image is there. Now let's see the output, and here if I refresh this page, and now hopefully we don't have any errors, fine. And now here I will be clicking on this monk. Now if I click on this one, so we are able to see the image successfully, we are able to see the image. And now let's have some formatting, and this book details is there. Let's go to the app.css, and here I will do the book details, and here I will give some padding of 10 pixel. Okay, so left ref top, and yeah, and here in the right hand side I will show all the details. So now here we will be having the, now let's have this div, single div, and here h2, and I want to show the book dot title. Let's see, here I am able to see the book dot title, and we have a book dot subtitle also. Let's format it here. So subtitle is equal to item dot volume info dot subtitle. I have seen that one, subtitle is also available. So let's take this subtitle, and here in the book details, let's go here, and I will do the h3 also, and here I will have the subtitle. Okay, fine, done. Now we are able to see the subtitle also. I want to show this one in the right side. Let's go to the book details, and I will do d-flex. So we have this class, right? So d-flex, and I want to have some gap between these two. Okay, let's go to the book details, and I will apply a gap of 10 pixel. Now if you see, the gap has been applied, and I want to remove this margin. Okay, let's go to the book details, and I want to have an h2, and I will keep a margin of 0 pixel. Now let's see the output for this one. Okay, we'll keep it like this, and we will display the remaining all details also. So here in our h3 and all those things, I will write one ul, and here an li, and I want to show the year also. So book dot publish, book dot year, and I want to show the publisher also. Okay, let's copy, and here I will show the publisher, and here we'll be having publisher, and whatever the things are there, publisher, ISBN is also very important, right? So let's have this ISBN, and here I will show this, ISBN. Is there any other things other than this rating? Leave it, I don't want to show it. Yeah, here, so that's it, it's enough, more than enough. Just we want to know the concept, inner concept, and let's design this small thing. I don't want to go deeper into the design. So book details inside this ul, and I will have this margin of 0 pixel. I don't know, it's a padding, I think. This style none. Let's see whether we can able to see it or not. Yeah, it gone, and it should be not margin, it should be a padding. Now if you try to see here, yeah, I will keep it like this only. Now we are able to successfully we are able to show the complete details. If I click on back, we are able to show back the details. Now if I click on this one again, and I am able to show these details. If I click on this think like monk again, so we are not able to show the data. So here I need to click, and I need to again press like this, double click, I need to do it. So what is happening here? So the thing what is happening is, so if you try to see here the output in our book details, okay, so this get book details will be called only on the when the component is mounted. So this book details already the component is mounted. Now I am trying to click on the another one, but this book details is already mounted, but the ID has been changed, but this useEffect will not be executed. Why? Because this useEffect will be executed only on the mounted state. So now we need to execute this useEffect on mounted, as well as whenever the selected ID is also changed. So then what we need to do here, you need to write selected ID. So then it will fire on the ID change also. So here if I click on this one, see this time it will try to change. Now if I click on this one, see here it is trying to change. So like this we'll be able to use the useEffect. And the final thing which I want to tell you is so I want to add a loading symbol here. So when it is trying to fetch the details from the API, by the time it needs to show a loading symbol, then afterwards you need to display the details. So this one we already did for this list details and all those things. So let's try to use the same concept here. Constant is loading, comma set is loading, and for the time being I will keep it as a false. By default it will be a false. Now here is loading is there. So when I need to make it as is loading, set is loading of true. I want to make it as a true. And when all these things are completed, set is loading and I want to make it as a false. So after all I need to make it as a false. That's it. Now I want to show this is loading. So where I need to show this is loading? Here. I will copy here. Is loading. When this is loading is there, I want to show the loader. So which is a component which we have created earlier. And we are importing that component here. If you try to see here, suggest it's a simple component. And I am using this one. Loader. And if loader is completed, then I need to show this complete here up to here. I will copy this one and I will paste it here. That's it. So that's it guys. So here I am using the is loading and all those things. Now if you try to see the output, the same output if you see here, let's refresh this page and I will go to the Monk. If I click on this one, see I'm able to see a loading symbol. See loading and all those things. Now you'll be able to observe carefully. So this is how we are applying a loading symbol, and also we are able to see show the complete details also. If I click on this back, so we are able to see. So this is how we will be showing the particular book details when we click on the list. So hope you understood about this one. What I will do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is nothing but video-64, video-64, and I will commit this code. Let's commit this code. So show the single book details. And I am committing this code. I am publishing this branch. So this GitHub repository link is provided in the description below of every video of this React course. And if you have any doubts or any code, if you want to refer this code, means you can go back to my GitHub repository URL and you can refer to the particular branch, particular video, whatever the video you are watching, you can go to that particular video branch and you can watch, you can see the code. So that's it guys about this one. Hope you understood about the rendering of this book details. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here we are showing the, what I can say is the particular book details. Now it's time for us to make the user, so to let the user to rate this book. So if he likes this book, we need to make the user, or we need to provide an option for the user to rate this particular book. So that we need to provide a stars rating, something like 5-star rating or 4-star rating or 10-star, 9-star rating, whatever it may be. So we need to make the user to rate this book. So for this one, we need to show the stars. So let's try to develop this component star rating. So for this one, what I will try to do is, so here I will create a new folder star rating. So why? Because I want to make it as a separate component. So in this star rating, I will create a new one, star rating.js, and export default function star rating, and here I will return star. So just I am using like this, and this one I need to use it in the book details. So here where we can use it in this one, right? So here in the div, in the bottom div, and I can use it as something like star rating. So now we are getting this all error, right? Why? Because it needs to contain only single parent. So here we can use a React fragment. So I am using a React fragment, and at the bottom also I will use it like this. Let's see how the output will look like. Now if you try to see here, the star is coming, but we are not having a padding. So what we can do here for this one, I can remove this book details thing, okay, and I can make this one as a div, class name is equal to book details. I am applying for this one, and here also I will close this div. So here I will add it like this. Now if you try to see here, so now we are able to get this one. So fine. Now here I will add something like one div rate book, something like this. So rate the book. Now if you see the output for this one, so rate book, we can also have it somewhat bold and all those things. Now here this is a star. So now we need to show some stars and all those things. So for this one, let's try to develop it one by one. Now for book details, the gap has been removed. So let's go into this one, and here for this d-flex, I will have a style. So we'll try to apply this style also, so that you will be also able to understand. So gap 10 pixel I am applying, and for this d-flex, I will keep a class align-items-center. I think maybe the class is present or not, I don't know. Okay, leave it. We'll try to there is no need for a center. So fine. Now here we need to develop the star. So here let's say that I need to show it from 1 to 5. So first 5 stars I need to show it. So for this one here, I can have array dot from, and this one will take something like length 5. So 5 times it needs to show, and here you will be having a key comma like this. So here what I can do is I need to show the span, and I will show something like I. Let's see how the output will look like. Now here it is showing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should show from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So you can also have something like I plus 1 if you want. Now if you try to see the output, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is visible. Now here 5. So I want to show 5 means, so here I am able to get it 5. Now if I want to show 10 means, I will be able to see the 10. So here it is working. So here instead of showing this numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I need to show the 5 stars. So for this one, what we will be having is, I have a SVG code for this one. So here I will create a new component, something like star.js, and in this one export default function star, and I will return the div, and here I will return the SVG. So I will copy this SVG. So I have this SVG available, and I will print this star. Now if you go here, instead of showing this span, and I will show this star, and we need to provide a key. We are looping it, right? So key is equal to I. We can have it as an I. Now let's see how the output will look like. If you try to see here, so we are able to see some big stars, but this one should be aligned horizontally. So for this one, what we need to do here, I can use class name is equal to d-flex. Now let's see the output. Yeah, here we are able to see it, but these are somewhat pretty big, right? So it's looking somewhat big. Let's try to decrease the thing, and I will give here the styles. So here I can use the star styles is equal to width, I will make it as an 40 pixel, and height I can make it as an 40 pixel. So enough, I think. So here I can have the class name, sorry, not class name, styles, right? Style is equal to star styles. That's it. Now let's try to see the output. Yeah, now the stars are somewhat okay. Now what I want to do, so these stars are there, I need to show the number also, the rating also. So for this one, let's go to the star rating, and here I can have a rating, constant rating, state variable, constant rating, comma, set rating is equal to useState of something like this. And here in this one only, I want to show the rating. Here I can show if rating is available, show the rating, or otherwise show it as an empty. That's it. Now if you try to see the output, so we are not having anything. So for example, let's say that we are having a 3 value. Now let's see whether we can, so we are able to see 3, but it is showing at the top, so it should not be shown at the top. So we'll try to apply the class something like align-items-center. Maybe it should come at the center. It's not coming, still it's not coming. Why? Because I think maybe the class is not available. Okay, let's try to write this class here, and here I will take this align-items-center, and I will write align-items-center. Now I think maybe it will be visible. Yeah, it's coming center, but I want to increase the size of that one also. So for this one, what I can do, I can apply a class name, or otherwise you'll apply the style directly. And here I can apply a font size of 20 pixel. Let's see how it will look like. Nice, somewhat fine, right? So now, okay, the rating which is coming is it's a static one. I need to make it as a dynamic. So that is the main thing which we need to do it. So here whenever I click on particular star, so it needs to show that number. So for example, if I click on the first star, 1, 3 means 3 rating. Like this I need to show it. So for this one what we can do is, so here I can write something like on rate is equal to handle rating of I plus 1. So it should be I plus 1. Why? Because it starts from 0. So here I can have a function handle rating of rating. So this is a local variable, and here I can write set rating of that rating. So now whoever, so I am sending this rating thing. So here this one as a props, in the star I can catch this one as a on rate, and here on click I can use this on click on SVG, and I will call this on rate. That's it. So it's simple. Now let's try to see it. So here if I click on this one, see I am able to see 3, 4, whatever the star I am trying to click on this one. So we are able to show this. So now what I want to do is, the another step what I need to do is, so first by default it should be empty stars. So whatever the stars up to where I am clicking, so those stars only. For example, if I am clicking on the 3 means these 3 stars only should be full stars, but remaining all should be empty stars. So like that we need to do it. So in the next video we will try to implement those things also. So this is how we will be implementing the stars thing, and I will commit this code in the video-65. So that is a new branch, I will create it, video-65, and here add star rating. Okay, and commit this all code and publish this branch. So that's it guys. So if you have any doubts or anything regarding this one, so the GitHub repository link is provided in the description below. So you can you can check that code for the reference, and if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here in our project, what we are trying to do, when I try to search for the monk or anything, so here if I search for this one, so we need to apply the stars. But here what I need to do, here instead of showing this one, if I select here, it is showing the star, whatever the rating star I have selected, it is showing it. But here at the first time I need to show the empty stars. Then after that one only I need to show so whatever the user has selected, so up to that stars I need to show the full stars. So how we can do this one? Let's try to implement this scenario. So fine, let's try to implement this one. So first, in order to implement this, what I need to do is, let's go to the star.js, and here I will have a property, nothing but full. So which when this one is true means, then I need to show the full star. Whenever this one is false means I need to show the empty star. So here I will try to write it here. So for this one I will keep this one in a span, okay, in order to have this SVG as a condition based. And for this span I can copy this on click and I can apply to this one. Now what I want to do is, so if full is there, if full is true, then I need to show this selected star, or otherwise I need to show an empty star. So for this empty star I have the SVG code available for me with me, and I will try to implement this empty star also. And for this one style I will implement the star styles. Okay, so let's try to see. So when this one is full, for the time being, for the first time full will be undefined, so that means it's nothing but a false only. If you try to see here, now I am able to see an empty stars. So now when I click on this one, so whatever the thing I am selecting, so it is showing me the star. So here what I need to do, when I am trying to hover it, so here, when I am trying to hover it one by one here, I need to show the full stars. So how I can do it? So that means I need to implement on mouse enter. So here what I can do is, so here we will be having on mouse enter. So this is the method I need to have. So I will do something like console.log enter, and the another one is on mouse leave. On mouse leave I need to have another method, that is nothing but console.log leave. So these are the two methods which I am trying to implement it. Now let's see whether we can able to achieve it or not. If I go to the inspect element, and here in the console if I try it, and here let's go here. See, enter and leave, enter and leave. So here I am able to get this enter and leave. So whenever I am entering here, so up to the entering, wherever the stars are there, before that all the things should be in a full star. So how can I implement this one? So for this one, what I can do is, in our star rating, so I can take in temporary rating, constant temp rating, and also set temp rating is equal to useState of 0. So for the first time we'll keep it as a 0. So now we got the temp rating. Now what I want to do here, on hover, okay, on hover in. So I am taking this on hover in. So here I need to implement something like set temp rating of i+1. So I will implement this one i+1, and here I will implement another one, that is nothing but on hover out is equal to. So here we need to write. So let's try to don't try to implement this one. So first what I want to do is, so first we will try to implement. So whenever I select here something 4, so these 4 stars should be full. So full stars it should be. So for this one, what I want to do, I want to send the key here. So for this one, full is equal to. So now here I need to write the rating. So we are setting the rating, right, 4. So rating greater than or equal to i+1. That's it. So when it should be true, rating greater than or equal to i+1. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see the 4 means it is 4. So now if I try to click on 3, only 3 stars are tick. So 2, 1, and if 5 means, so now we are able to implement this one. So it is working fine. But when I am moving over the stars, so it should be filled with the stars. How many ratings I am trying to give, we should be able to know. The user needs to be able to know. So for this one, what I am trying to do is, I am taking the temp rating. So set rating on hover in, set temp rating of i+1. So on hover in, I am trying to make the set temp rating of i+1. I am taking this one. So here also I will try to show the temp rating only instead of this one. Okay, I want to show you how it will be. Now if you try to see the output for this one, now here when I am trying to hover, so we are not able to see why. Okay, we are not implementing this one, right? On hover in, okay, star.js. So here I will try to get it on hover in. Okay, fine, right? Now let's try to implement this one. So when this n is entering, I want to call this method. That's it. Now let's see what will happen. Now if you try to see this one, now on hover in, now if I close here, see I am able to see the number. So wherever I am trying to hover it, I am able to see the rating of that number. The number rating I can able to see it. But I want to see the stars also should be before this hovering, the star should be full, and after that it should be empty stars. So for that one, what I need to do here, star rating, I need to send the temp rating. Instead of checking this one, I need to check the temp rating. Now see what will happen. Now here the 5 stars is there. See, like this it should be. Now when I click on 4, it should be 4 like this. Now when I am hovering here, it should be like this. Okay. Now here I have selected the 5 and I came back. But actually the when I came back to the 5 and I came back, 5 it is there. When I came back to the 2 and I came back, 2 is there. It should not be like this. Then what I need to do here, on hover out, it should be set temp rating of 0. So I need to make it as 0. So I will need to clear the temp rating. Now for this one, what I will try to do is, so in the star.js, on hover out, I need to call this method. So here I will be having on hover out, and I will call this method star styles console.log leave. Yeah, here on mouse leave I need to call. So on hover out. Now if you try to see the output for this one, oh, I have refreshed this page. So here I will be hovering like this, and if I come back, it is like this. So now I have selected it to 3. So it should be 3. It should remain as a 3 only, but here it is not remaining. So that means the main rating should be 3 only. So here the main rating is 4 right now. So it should remain as the main rating. So for this one, what we need to do? So here the main rating. So here I can check that if temp rating is there means then check with the temp rating, or otherwise check with the rating greater than or equal to I plus 1. Okay. Now if you try to see here, so right now it is fine. So now when I am trying to hover it, so it come back to the 4. For example, let's say that the actual rating is 2. Now I want to rate the user. So I have hovered here, but I didn't want to rate the user. I went back. So it needs to be original rating, that which is a 2. So here I need to show the 2 here. For this one, what I need to do, if the temp rating is there, then you can take the rating, or otherwise you can take the main rating. Now let's see what will happen. So here the 2 rating is there. When I am hovering out, it is showing the actual rating. So whatever the rating you want to give it. And if you come back, it will go back to the original rating, what it is there actually. Now if I give it as a 4, so it will stay as a 4 only. But when I am trying to move it like this, it will show you like this. Now if I come back, it will be in the original rating. So this one is somewhat looking fine. So this is how we will be designing the star rating. So most of the things we have implemented in the star rating. So everything is working as usual. So what I will try to do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is nothing but video-66. So this one is hover effect on the mouse over on stars. So let's commit this entire code and publish this branch. And whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, you can get back to my GitHub repository URL. The link is provided in the description below. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So we are learning about the star rating, right? Now let's complete this one, star rating. So here the star rating which we are trying to use it. So here this is the star rating we are using it, right? Now here the people, what we can say is we want to make this component as a reusable component. So here if you try to see the star rating, it will be showing only 5. For example, if I want to show the star rating 10 stars, some people will be having rate out of 10, or some people will be having rate out of 5. Like this we will be having it, right? So if you want to make this component reusable, we can send the props to this one. So let's try to send the props for the star rating, whatever the reusable things which we can do it. For example, let's say that I am having another star rating. Okay. So these are the 2 star rating components which we are trying to use. For the second one, I want to show the 10 stars. For the first one, it should be only 5. So that means where it is deciding that 10 stars. So here if you try to see, this is the length, right? So this is the length which we are trying to do it. So here I can do the props something like max rating. Okay. And I can make it as a default 5. So this max rating, let's go to the book details, and for this one we need to make it as 10. For the top one it should be only 5. So that means there is no need to send it. Why? Because the default, if you don't mention anything, the default one will be 5 only. Now here I am writing max rating is equal to 5. So I have 10. So I made it as a 10. Now if you try to see here, so let's, what is happening here in this one? Let's go to the star rating. Yeah, here we are still using this one, right? So here I can use this max rating in this one. Now let's go and see the output. Now this one is 10 stars and this one is a 5 stars. So it is showing now this one is this one has become dynamic. The another thing what I want to do is the color. So right now the star rating color is black color. So the user wants to mention his own color. Okay. Let's try to mention this one. Now for example, let's take this color. By default, the color what I will try to do is I will make it as an #000. Okay. So now this color, where I need to use it. So here for this one I need to use it. Okay. Color. I can use the color, or otherwise we can maintain it like this only, color. And this one is in #00. So color, I am sending the style color. And for the star also I will send this color is equal to color. I am sending the color. And in the star I will catch the props here as a color, and this color where I need to show it. So here I can show this fill as this color, and the same thing I can use it here also. The stroke also I can use it, and in the same scenario in the stroke also I can use it. Now let's see. And here in the book details, so I want to send the color. By default it is black. If you don't mention anything, it is a black. and here I can write it something like hash FC4199, anything pink color. Now let's see the output, how it will be. See, for the second one it is pink color, for the first one it is black color. So now we are able to make this one as also reusable, dynamic. Now what I want to do is, by default when you try to see here, by default I want to show some default rating. Default rating means I want to make this default rating as 3. So if you want to mention it, you can make it 6 or 4. So default rating number I need to show. By default it is 0. So if somebody wants to make it as a default as 2 means, then also we can use the default rating. So here I will try to send default rating is equal to, here I will send some value, something like let's say 5 is the default rating. Now if you go into the star rating.js, so here I will take the default rating. Default rating is equal to by default it is a 0. So in this one, default rating means this is the rating, right? So here I can use this default rating. I can use it like this. That's it. Now if you try to see the output, so for this one default rating is 5. For this one it is 0. But whereas for this one the default rating is 5. So this is also done. So this one is also, we have made it dynamic. So and another one what I want to mention is, for example, the user has selected out of this one as a 9 as the rating for this one. So I want to show it this 9 in this component. So somehow I need to pass this data, whatever the rating the user has selected, I want to pass it here. So for example, let's say that we have a state variable here, constant rating comma set rating is equal to useState of 0. So let's say that by default it is 0. Now here I want to have one div, the book has 7-star ratings, let's assume. So I have closed it, the div. Now if you see the output for this one, so here it is having 7-star rating. If I select this one as a 9, here it should be updated to 9. So this is the star rating component. Somehow we need to send this rating to the parent component. So how we can send it? So here you can have a function. So here on set rating is equal to, so I can call this set rating. And where we need to call this on set rating, let's go to the star rating.js, and here where is this located? Maximum rating, color, default rating, right? So here you will be having an on set rating. So this is the method which we are getting, and where we are updating this one, so here we are updating on set rating of rating. So you can add this rating, and here if you try to see the output, so now when I select this thing, so here I need to make it as a dynamic. So here I need to make this one as a rating. Okay, by default it will be maybe having 0. So okay, 8, previously it was 8. Now I will make it as a 3. See, here we got the 3, and if I make it as 7, 1, 8. So now we are able to pass the rating from the parent from the star rating component to the parent component. So more than enough, I think. So if you want to pass the class names, if you want to add any class names, means you can send it as a props. So like this we will be sending the props. If you want to make it more reusable component for the star rating, you can send it as a props, and you can catch here the props, and you can use the props here. So this is one way which we can use it. And now the last one before closing this one. So here what we can do is, so now we want to use this star rating as a reusable component, means some people will be sending this maximum rating as number, which is fine. If we send it as a string or anything, everything breaks. So now we need to validate these props. So in React.js, now normally in the TypeScript we have the strong typing, so we can mention the data type for that one, so that only that data type will be, that type only will be available, will be made available for this one. Otherwise it will throw an runtime error. Now here in React.js we have a prop types which you can mention the typing for the props also. So previously we used to install these prop types, but in the React18 there is no need to install the prop types. So just you can install, you can import this one from the prop types. So this one is available. So in the package.json I think. So prop types you can download it directly. So now this prop types, now you want to mention the prop types for this one. So how can I mention is, so here you can write star rating dot prop types is equal to, so you need to mention this one as an object, and here what is the thing, first one is max rating. So you can take this max rating, and this one should be something like prop types dot number. Okay, if you want it is a required, means you can write it as an is required. So so that's not a problem. But right now there is no need of writing is required. Why? Because we are mentioning the default value, so there is no need to mention the required. And another one is the color. Okay, color you can have it prop types dot string, so there is a string value. And another is default rating, and this one is also prop types dot number. And another is onset rating, so this one is a function, so onset rating is equal to prop types dot func. Oh sorry, onset rating is equal to prop types dot func. And you have different types like object, also you can have this object, and you can have this array also we have. So like these different types we are having, so just I am trying to mention you. So now we have mentioned these prop types. From now onwards we will mention for props whenever we are trying to implement the props, we will write the prop types also. Now we have mentioned the prop types. If you try to see here the output, typo in static declaration, what is this happening? What is this happen? Prop types, from prop types we have included, and here star rating of prop types, everything is there. Let's see the output in star rating, typo in, so number, prop types, color, default rating dot func. So I think let's see, sorry, here it should be something like a prop here, what it is, that is one prop types, I think prop types, I think, yeah, so this is correct. So it should be prop types. Now fine, so this one is the prop types, we have mentioned it. Now let's try to see the output. Now here I am going into the monk. Okay, I am selecting this one. Now everything will be working fine. So in the inspect element, if you try to see, there is no console errors, and I am selecting it without any problem. Onset rating is not a function. Okay, so we haven't mentioned anything, right? Onset rating for this one. Which one? For this one, onset rating is equal to, so just I will do the console.log or something like this. Okay, we need to mention this onset rating. Okay, now if you try to see the output for this one, okay, fine, without any problem we are able to see it. And here what I want to do is, so book details star rating on star rating, and here I will try to send the maximum rating as something like string. Okay, let's see whether it will show any error or not. Now if you try to see here, see failed prop type, invalid maximum rate of type string, but it is expecting a number. So now the prop types are valid, we are able to see a warning for this one. Everything will be working fine, not a problem, but we are able to see a warning that the prop types are not valid. So this is how we will be sending the props and the prop types. So what I will do is, I will remove this one, and I will commit this code in a new branch, video-67, and here I will commit this code, prop types and props for star rating, and I will commit this code in this new branch. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, means the GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below of every video, so you can go to the particular video branch and you can refer the code. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So we are working on this, getting all the book details, right? So now we have designed this star component. So now it's time for us to work on this read list. So now whatever the book you are trying to check it, and if you read this one and if you click on this add to list, so this should be added into your read list. So read list, it should be added. So let's try to implement that one. So now if you click on this one, so here let's remove this one, so we will make it as a 10-star rating. So here in our book details, let's go into this book details, and here I am removing this one all, and I will remove this single star rating also. So this is the 10-star rating which we are trying to do it. Now when I click on this one, and we will add a button here, add to list. So when we click on this add to list, we need to add it in a read list. Okay, book read list, we need to add it. So here let's go into this one. So let's implement here. I will be having a button. Okay, I will be having a button here, div, and here also I close the div, and I will be having a button add to list. Okay, So this is our button, and if you try to see here, so this is our add to list. Now when I click select here and then I click on this add to list, so this should be added to list. Now what I want to do is, so here this is our button, so we need to click on this add to list. So here we need to show this add to list button when the user selects the rating only. So that means we will be having a user rating, that is nothing but rating only. We'll change it to user rating, and here you will be having set user rating. Now when this set user rating, we need to add it here, set user rating. So here I will be adding in such a way that if user rating is there, then only I need to show this HTML. Okay, that's it. Now if you see here the output, so the first time 0, what is this 0? I don't know from where this one is coming. User rating ampersand. If user rating is there, then only I need to show. Okay. So here it needs to show some data, right? So if user rating is there, then I need to show. Oh, okay. Or otherwise, here we need to do if user rating is greater than 0. I think this one works. I think, yeah. So we have did it in our previous videos about this one. So when I click on this rating, so we have this add to list. So now default rating also will remove it. By default it is taking 5 star. Yeah. Now when I click on this add to list, we need to add it in our here read list. We need to add it. So let's go to the app.js. So in our app.js, if you go top, so here this is our books read data. So we can remove this books read data, and here this is our books read data. So this one we'll keep it as an empty array. Okay. So now here we will be adding a function such that function handle book read. So we will get a single book, and here I will be writing set books read data of book, and not book here, single book, or otherwise we will try to have B, and here I will add this B with the book. I will add this book. That's it. So this is our handle book read, and I need to send it to books read, not read list, book details. So here I need to add it. So here on book read, so on handle book read, we need to call this handle book read on book read. Now let's go to the book details. So here I will add this on book read. When we need to call this on book read, so here when we click on this add to list, so here on click handle, so sorry, handle read book, anything, whatever the name you want, you can add it. And this is our function. Let's go to the function, and here I will write handle read book, and we know that book is nothing but, so this is the book. What is that one? So this book details, single book details. So here we can call on book read of, we will send this book. That's it. So now if you try to see the output, so now here we don't have any books data. Okay, fine. Let's try to write the mock, and if I click on this one, I want to add it to the list. Let's go to the back, and here I am able to see this data. So the fun book has been added. So here we are able to see the data. Okay, when I click on this one, when I select this one, when I click on add list, so when I go here, so we are able to see this data. So now we are able to successfully add this data into the book list. But here if you try to see, when I am going here and when I am selecting the date add to list, it is not going back. So it should go back automatically. Why? Because I am manually pressing the back button. So it should not happen like that. So we have an handle back method. So when this book is added, so you can have a handle back. That's it. So now if you try to see here, so this is the data and add to list. So here it is getting added. So duplicate it is adding. We will try to see that in the next sessions. We will try to see it. We will try to rectify this one. But we are able to add this data. Now here all the time we are showing this 4.3 rating, which is wrong. For example, let's go here. I have given 9 rating for this one, but here we are getting only 4.3. Okay, let's go here and we will see what is wrong. So books read data, we are sending it to the books read list. Okay, let's open this one, and each one we are going into the book read. Okay, let's open this book read, and here we are having book title. Okay, so this is a static one. Okay, let's try to have it book dot rating, but we are not adding the user rating, right? So in our book details we are not adding the user rating. User rating is separately present in a state variable. Okay, let's try to make this one as an object. Book we are having, and we will send this user rating also. That's it. So now if you try to go into our bookread.js, here you can add the user rating, book dot user rating. So done, this one is also done. Now let's try to refresh this page, and here I will be having the monk, and here if you try to press enter and select add to list, so here we are able to see 8-star rating, which is in user rating. If I click on this one, if I select only 3 add to list, see here 3 has been added. So this 4.5 is a static one, which I am keeping it directly from the API. We are not getting this one. And the another one what I want to do is in the book read summary list, so we need to show the length also. So the total number of books is selected 2 books, which is correct. But if I try to select this one in add to list, so but here we are not getting this. 2 books is static. So that means we are keeping static. We need to make it as a dynamic. So for this one, what we need to do here, so let's go into the app.js. So this is the book read summary. We are not sending the data. Okay, fine. Let's try to keep the books is equal to books read data. So here also I am sending the books read data. Now here I am sending the books read data. So in the books, what I will try to do is, let's go to the books read summary, and here I will have a total books. So that is nothing but what I need to do is, so here I can keep books, right? So this is the books, and here I can keep the books dot length. So that is the only thing. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so here if I go into this one, let's try to see it. I don't know whether it will work or not. So it is not working. Why? Because so maybe it could be derived data like that. Oh sorry, we need to keep it as in like this. Now I think hopefully it should be worked. So we can also use, so now 4 books. So we are able to get this one. Now the rating and the user rating, what we need to do is we need to get the average of these 2 things. So 4 things average means 8 plus 3 plus 9 plus 8 divided by 4. We need to do the average thing. So we'll try to do it in the next video. If you want, you can do it on your own. So this is how we will be making. So we have did this add to list. So what we need to do, the only thing which is left it, we need to handle this duplicate one. So 2 times it is getting added here. We need to handle the duplicate one, and also we need to show the average of this one. So these are 2 things, and also if you want to delete it also, we need to delete this from the read list also. So these 3 things we need to do it. We'll try to do it in the next video. And what I will do is I will commit this code in our video-68. So this is our new branch, video-68. Okay, and book read list data. So I am committing this all the code. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. And this GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below of this video. So if you want to refer this code or anything, if you have doubts means, you can go and refer to that code present in the GitHub. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here if you try to see, when I click on this one and I click on this add to list, so this is getting added. But here we are not showing the user rating, and also this normal rating average also we are not showing. So here 1 book is getting added. Let's try to implement this scenario. So let's try to show the average of the ratings. For example, if I try to click on this one and select here, so the average rating of 8 plus 9 divided by 2, it should be average here. Now let's implement this one. If you go here, so this is our code, and I will try to increase the font size so that it will be clearly visible for you people. Yeah. Now this is entirely comes under book read summary. So in the book read summary, we got the list of all the books, and here I need to show this one, as this one is a static data. Now let's say we need to get an average. So for this one, what I will try to do is format book response. I will add a average method, export function average, and I will send the array value, and here I will return array dot reduce. So I will use the reduce method, which you will get accumulator and the current value. And here in this current value, what I will try to do is accumulator plus current, at the first time it should be 0. So if you don't know about this method, reduce method, I have already covered in our JavaScript array methods, so you can watch that video. You can watch that video here. So we got the count. What I can say is add of all the ratings, and here what I will try to do is, so here I will do divided by array.length. So this will give the average. Now I need to send all the array of ratings for this average method. So in this books read summary, what I will try to do, so first let's say that I want to get a rating of the book. So here I will do average of, and here I will try to do books dot map of book, and I will do book dot rating. That's it. It will send you all the book rating. And here also I will do user rating is equal to books dot map of book dot user rating. So I will be sending the user rating, which we have already. Now I want to use this rating and user rating here. So here I will use the rating, and here I will use the user rating. Okay, that's it. Now let's see the output for this one. See, here we are able to get an average, but here this time we are getting 8 and 9. So I think it is something like we will try to send only the number. Now if you try to see here, let's go into this one. Let's refresh this page, and here I will type monk. Okay, nan, let's leave it. And here we are getting book dot user rating. Okay, everything is, oh sorry, we need to get an average, right? I need to use the average method, so that is the problem. Okay, done. Now let's hope. Okay, we are getting nan, so we'll try to see it. And here I am selecting 7 add list. Okay, so we are getting 7 and 4.5. okay, and here this time I am adding 5 add to list, and here we are able to get the average of this one. So everything is working fine. Now if you don't have anything, so for example if I refresh this page, if I don't have anything, we are displaying nan. So if you are having this type of issue, means then what I can do, if rating is there, then display, or otherwise 0. If rating is there, where is this one gone, or otherwise 0. So these two are the things which I want to display. And here where is this one, yeah, and here if you try to see the monk, and here if I, so now we are able to see the 0 also, right? So everything is working fine. Okay, and the another thing which I want to display is, for example, let's say that which I want to do is, before closing off, so when this one is already rated by the user, so this book is already rated by the user. Now if I want to rate this, if I click on this one again, so we should not provide again for the user to rate this one. So we need to show that you already rated this book with some so and so stars. So we need to show. So here he has given 8 stars. So that is the message we need to show. Okay, for this one what we need to do is, so let's go to the app.js. Okay, and here we are having the book read list, right? So we are sending the books read data. Okay, let's go to the books read list, not book read list, book details. So here we are showing, and here we will send this books read data also to this one. So I am sending this data in book details. Let's go to the book details. Here I will close this one. Yeah, here I will be showing the book details in the book details.js. So here we got the books read data also, books read data, and in this one books read data, so when we are trying to show the star rating, so here we need to know that whether the book is available or not. Okay, so whether the book is rated or not, constant is rated. How can I get that it is rated or not? So we need to know that selected ID is there. Okay, in this books read data, selected with the selected ID it is there or not, we need to see. So then what I need to do is, so here what I can say, books read data dot find, or otherwise what I can say, books read data is rated. So how can we write here? Let's say that map of book, you'll get each book, book dot id is equal to so we will get all this book dot id. We will get all this book dot id, and I will try to check that if it is includes in the selected id. So then we can able to get it. So now it is rated or not. So here if you want to get this one, rated book, and here books read data dot find of book. So whether we can change the logic also. Just I am writing book dot id is equal to selected id. So I am getting this rated book also. Now if it is rated, so we know that it is already rated. So here what I can show in this div and this entire div, right? So now here what you can try to do, let's try to write it. So this could be somewhat difficult in JSX. If it is rated, okay, then I need to show you already rated this book, or otherwise, so we need to copy where this div is ending. Okay, nothing is ending here. So here I need to paste it in this one and I need to save it. Oh, this one is we are not getting. Okay, let's try to open one div and close this one div. Maybe I think maybe we can get it. I don't know. Let's try to add it. Something problem is there. Let's try to copy this one and I will delete this entire code. Let's see whether we can able to achieve it or not. Still why this one error is coming. Okay, div, this one is closed, and here also I will try to close. Now hopefully, yeah, everything is working fine. And here I will write in such a way that if user rating is greater than 0 ampersand and I want to show this button, that's it. Yeah, somehow the code. Yeah, now we got the code. Now if you try to see here, you already rated this book. Now let's see. And here, so as this one is a refresh, and here I will be using the monk, and I will click on this one, undefined book. What is this one? So book details, what is this getting? So dot map, I am using directly this map, right? Books read data. Books read data. What is this books read data we are having in our app.js? So by default books read data is empty array only, right? Books read data is empty array only. Okay, and we are trying to map it. Okay, fine. So what could be the issue? Books read data, whether this name is correct or not. How we are trying to send it to here? Books read only we are sending, but we are using books read data. Okay, now hopefully everything works fine. Monk, and here if I try to click on this one, yeah, now I will try to rate this one, add to list. So it is been added. Now again I will click on this one, you already rated this book. So we are able to see that you have already rated this book. Now if I click on this one, so we are able to get this data, and I will click on this add to list. So everything is working fine. And if I try to click here again, you already rated this book. So this is how we will be. Now so now there is no provision for adding the duplicate data into the watch list. So this read list, book read list, there is no provision for us adding. So now we have prevented the elimination of this duplication thing, and also we are showing this one all. So in the next video what we will try to do is we will try to implement the deleting of this read list, book list also. We will try to implement it. So that's it guys about this one. What I will try to do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is video-69, and here, so add book list data. So that's it. I will commit this entire code, publish. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now if you try to see here, so we have added these 3 books. That is nothing but think like a monk, and these books we have added. Now if I try to open the same book here, if you observe here, it is showing that you already rated this book. Fine, right? So why? Because it is already added in the red list. So that is the reason it is showing that you have already rated this book. So we have rated this one as 8. Now if you try to open another book which has not been rated, now you will be able to see the stars. So in which the app is asking us to rate this book. Now if I try to give the 2 and add to list, automatically this will be added and 2 is there. And here also the books has been incremented to 4 and 6.75, 4.5 it is showing. So this is the rating of the overall rating of the book, and this is the rating, average rating which the user has been given. So fine. Now for example, if I want to reopen this book again, so this one you have already rated this book, but I want to know that what is the rating that I have given. So here I need to show a message in such a way that you already rated this book with so and so stars. So how can we do this one? Let's try to see. Now here this one entirely comes in the book details, right? So this is the book details, and we are sending the books read data also. Let's go to the book details, and here we are having this is rated, and also we know that rated book. So this gives you the, if I do the console.log rated book, and this will give you all the complete details of the book in the red list. So if I go to the console inspect element, and if I go to the console here, this is the object, and here this is the user rating which the user has given, that is nothing but 2. Now I can use this user rating here. Let's go into this one. I will remove this console.log. So these are all derived state, you need to remember. And here you already rated this book, and here I can give it like this. Okay, you already rated this book with, so I can give something like $off, and here what is this, what you book dot rated book dot user rating stars. Now if you try to see here, so with 2 stars. Now if I go into this one, if I click here, you already rated this book with 8 stars. So here you already rated this book with 9 stars. If I click on this one, 2 stars. So these are all the books we have already rated this one. Now if I try to click on this one which I haven't rated, so now it is asking us to rate the book. If I click here add to list, automatically these books will be added to this one. So this is how we will be showing that rated thing in the book details. Fine, we have did first step. Now the next step what I want to explain to you is, now I want to delete this book from the read list. So if I want to delete this book from the books read list, so what I need to do? So here I want to add a simple close symbol, and this close symbol, if I click on this one, so this should be removed from the read list. So let's try to implement this one. So for this one, let's go to the book read list. So that is nothing but book read list in the app.js. So this is the books read list. I will open this books read list, and here we are having the each book read, right? So let's go to the book read inside this one, bookread.js. So this is the code, and here I will add, so this is our entire div, and here I will take one div, and I will take one href. I will keep this one as hash for the time being. You can also use the e.prevent default, and close symbol. I will use the close symbol. Let's see the output how it will look like. And now here we are having this one, right? Now in this li, so this is the entire li, and for this one what I will do is, so I will take one div. So this all should be in one div, from where to where, from here to somewhere here. This all should be in one div. Okay, this is one div, and this is another div. If I try to see here, it is coming one by one down. Okay, and here I will add class name is equal to d-flex. So I have added this one as d-flex. Now these are coming side by side, and now here let's say that I want to make it at the end. So for this one what I need to do is, for this li, so here I will use the style directly. Okay, so justify content space between. Okay, so justify content space between. Now we are able to have it at the end. Now I want to make it to the center, align it to the center. So for aligning center, what I need to do, so here only we need to do align items center. Align we have this class right directly, so I will try to use this class directly. So align items center. Now if you try to see, center is there. The gap has been missed. So if you want, you can also add for this one, so style gap something around 10 pixel. Okay, now if you try to see the output, so gap is there, everything is fine. Now when I click on this one, so I need to remove this one from the read list. So here the 4 books has to come, and this all should be automatically readjusted. So for this one, what I need to do is, so where is this all data present in the app.js? So here, this is the app.js where it is present. That is nothing but books data. So let's go and create a function delete read book. Okay, so we need to get a book ID, and here I will try to get the books data, and here I will try to filter these all the things. Books read data dot filter. I will get each single book, and I want to check that which is not equal to book ID. So I am filtering out those all things, and I am setting this one into the books data. That's it, simple. So that's it, finished. So this delete read book, I need to send it to the, where I need to send it. So here I need to send it to the books read list. So here I will write on delete book is equal to, so here I will try to send it. Now this one we need to catch it in the book read list. Where is this one? Yeah, here. And here I will try to I need to capture it here on delete book. Now we got this one, and here also on delete book I want to call this method, and here we already have the ID, book ID we have it. So here I can call the same method, and I will try to send this book.id. That's it, finish. So now we are trying to send it. Now book read. So let's go to the book read, and here this is our book read.js, and this is the thing. And here also we need to send this one. Oh, not this one, book read list. So this is the method, and I want to send it here on delete book, and when I need to call it here on click. Okay, on click is equal to, so like this we need to call it. That's it, finish. So now if you try to implement the same code here, let's refresh this page, and here I will be having the monk, and let's rate some of the books here, add to list, and here also I will try to rate add to list, and these are all the books I will try to rate it as add to list. So 3 books are there. So which I click on again this book, so it is already telling you that you already rated this book with 7 stars. Okay, it's fine, correct. Now I want to delete this book. See, it got deleted. Now if I reopen this one again, so it is asking you to rate this book again. If I click here, so again it is getting added. Now if I try to remove this one, see, these all are getting readjusted. 2 books is there, 8 is there. So now if I try to remove this one, see, the rating is 7, 1 book 4.5. So now we have successfully able to delete this one. So this one is there already selected, and here if I try to rate this one as a 10, so everything is working fine. Now the delete symbol is also working fine. If you want to design it, you can also design it, but I am not concentrating on the CSS mode. So now we have finished implementing the delete book, deleting a book in the read list also. Now I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-70. So whoever may be having doubts, if you want to refer this code and all those things, so this GitHub repository link URL is provided in the description below. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, you can refer that code. And here delete book in read list. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now in this video, we will learn about the important concept, that is effects cleanup. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in our previous video, we have learned about the effects concept, like executing a particular function of code in the mounted, or otherwise including executing the side effect using the useEffect whenever any state variable changes. So these are the 2 types of effects we have learned. So now we need to learn about the cleanup function. So how we can clean up the code. So whenever the component is unmounted, or whenever the component enters or anything, so we have another scenario, we have another concept called as an cleanup function. So we can also write the cleanup code using the useEffect. So how we can write it? So we can implement that cleanup thing using the useEffect cleanup function. So now when you write a function, when you write a useEffect thing, so you can also write an optional function to return. So you can also return an optional function. So that means it will return the function from the effect. So now when we will be using this one, so when this function will execute, so this will execute this one in two occasions, that is before the effect is executed again and after a component has been unmounted. So this cleanup function will execute. For example, let's say that here we are having this useEffect, right? So this is the useEffect. So this useEffect, when it will be executed, so this will execute whenever this component is mounted and selected id variable changes. Okay, so this will trigger. So this useEffect will be triggered. So this useEffect will be called on the component mounted and the selected id changes. Now I want to write the cleanup function. Cleanup function means nothing but whenever this component is unmounted, so I want to execute the execute some piece of code. So then this one will be used. So now what I can say is so this side effect so keeps happening after the component has been re-rendered or unmounted. So this cleanup function needs to be executed whenever the component has been re-rendered or unmounted. So then that means whenever the component is unmounted, this method will be executed. So here how you can write it is, so this is our useEffect function, right? Here you can return an optional function. So this one will execute. So console.log cleanup function. So this one will execute. So whenever the component is unmounted or re-rendered. For example, let's say that if I go here and if I try to do the inspect element, I will try to show you. And now here I will be writing the monk. And here when I execute this one, see the cleanup function has been executed. So here you need to understand that the cleanup function has been executed. Why? Because so the selected id has been changed when the component is being re-rendered. Here the cleanup function will be executed again. Now when I try to click on this one, again a cleanup function will be rendered. So why? Because here the cleanup function, the component is not yet destroyed. The component we have sent a selected id has been changed. So that means the useEffect has been re-executing. So before re-execution, so this cleanup function will be executed. So when we will be using this one, so now you need to understand that component renders. So whenever the component renders, so this one executes the effect. Okay, execute effect if dependency array includes the updated data. So then, and also another one is component unmount. So component unmount also it will execute. So component unmount means, for example, let's say that I have clicked on this back button. Now it has been executed. Cleanup function has been executed. So like this, when the component unmounts also, this will be executed. So when we can use this cleanup function, so what are the different ways where we can use this unmount function? So one method where we can use it is the HTTP request. So whenever in your useEffect, so you are using HTTP request, suddenly if you, for example, let's say that using this selected id, I am getting all the book details, that is nothing but from HTTP I am trying to get it. So here I am trying to get it. Immediately the selected id has been changed. Then what will happen? That HTTP request is getting already executed. Again the useEffect will be executed. So what we need to do? We need to cancel that request. So here you can write that cancel that previous request. You can write a function to cancel that previous request. So this is one place where we can use it. And another one is API subscription. So whenever you have subscribed to an API or anything, so if you want to cancel the subscription, so you can use this one. And also when you are starting a timer on the useEffect, and whenever you are going back to the other component or when the component is unmounted, if you want to stop the timer, then also we can use this useEffect clean function. And also another place where we can use it is the event listener. So whenever you are using an event listener, so whenever you have attached event listener and you want to remove that event listener also, this one will be useful. And starting timer. So these are the places where potential cleanup things where we can use this effect cleanup function. Now in this video I will try to show you one simple scenario where we can use this cleanup function. Okay, so now for example, let's say that, so here this is the title of this page, we are having React app. So this is our books.db app. So let's try to change this one. So I am going to index.html. Okay, here this is our React app. I have changed it to books.db. So this is our project. Now if you try to see here, so this one we have executed. Now if I try to press monk, so we are able to see that books.db has been there in the page title. Now what I want to do is, so when I click on this book one, so we are trying to see the book details, right? I want to show the title of this book here in the title. So what can I do here? Whenever the book details is getting loaded, so we need to take this title and we need to show it here. Okay, fine. Let's go to the book details, and here instead of writing this return function also, so now you need to understand that each effect should do only one thing. So that means one functionality has been should be done by single use effect. So use only one use effect hook for each side effect. So this makes effects easier to clean up. So now I want to write, whenever this component is mounted, I want to change the title of the document. So here I will be writing another use effect. I don't want to disturb that previous one, which is calling the API call. So here I want to change the document dot title is equal to, so here I want to show the book, okay, and the title. So here I can write book dot title. So that's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, if I go, so here think like a monk, you'll be able to see it. So for example, if I refresh this page, and here, so this should be called on the mounted, right? So I am giving a square brackets, fine. So now if you try to go here, I will be searching for monk or anything, and if I click on this one, so here we are, first time we are able to see it's an undefined. So why it's an undefined? So the first time when you're trying to call this component, so we got the selected ID, it is trying to get the book details from the API. So it may take some time. By the time book.title is empty object, it's an empty object. We have defined this one as an empty object. Yeah, here we have defined it as an empty, not. So now here the book.title will not be present on the mounted. So that is the reason it is showing it as an undefined. So after some time this useEffect API got resolved, and we are getting the book details. By the time it is not changing. So for this reason what we need to do, so this useEffect needs to be executed whenever this book object is changed. So now what I can do here, so here I can write the book here, or otherwise you can write book.title also. So now this whenever this book object is changed, so this effect will be executed. Okay, let's try to see here. So if I go into this one, and if I refresh this page, so let's go to the monk here. So if I try to click here, see, after undefined you will be able to see think like a monk. So if I try to press here, so now you will be able to see, so first time you will be able to see undefined and all those things. So here if I try to press monk here again, and here if I click here, first it is undefined, then afterwards it is trying to shift it think like a monk. So here you can write that if not of book then return, so you can return it empty. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so let's refresh this page, and here I will press the monk, and if I click here, see, after some time instead of undefined we are getting book think like a monk like this. So this is the way how we are showing the title. Now what I want to do is the another scenario. What I want to do is, if I click on the back, I don't want to show this think like a monk. Okay, I don't want to show this title. I want to go back to the books DB. So then how I can write? So when this component is unmounted, book details component is unmounted, then only I want to remove this one. So now here the cleanup function comes. So whenever, so this one is unmounted, return, and you can write a function here, and let's try to console.log cleanup function executed. Okay, so now this one will be executed after the component has been unmounted. So now if you try to see here the output, so let's try to see the inspect element. Okay, let's go to the console, and I will remove this one. So I have clicked on this one, so cleanup function got executed. Okay, so now if I try to go back, see, again the cleanup function got executed. So when the component is unmounted, it is able to execute. So whenever the component re-renders or the component is unmounted, so this cleanup function will be executed. So for this one, because of this book thing. Now here what I can do, so here I can change it to document.title is equal to books DB. I can write it like this, books DB. Now if I try to execute this one, so if I refresh this page, now what will happen, let's try to see. So here in the monk, now if I press here, so now we are able to see think like a monk, right? So now if I try to press the back button, now you will be able to see the books DB, right? So now we are able to see the books DB. So this is how it will be executed here. So document.title, and also this one, so if you try to see here, so I want to show you that console.log. Okay, and I want to show this title also. So now when this after this component has been unmounted, this function will be executed. So that means this title variable should not be available. Why? Because after the component get completely unmounted, this title variable will not be there. Why? Because this title variable is available in this component. So when this component is completely destroyed, so we cannot have access this title variable. But if you try to see here, so now title is not defined. Okay, so it should be book.title, right? So book.title. Now if you see, if you execute this one, so if you refresh this page, and here if I click on this monk, and if I click here in this one, now think like a monk, it is there, right? So now if I click on the back, see here still it is available. So that means that the book.title still it is available. How this one is possible is, so you need to think that this is a closure function. So this is a function, this is the concept available inbuilt in the JavaScript, the closure function. So whenever you are writing a closure function, so when this function is, when this all component is created, the function is created, so it will able to remember all the functions and the properties which are available in this function whenever this component is destroyed also. So this is the concept of this closure function. So after the component is executed also, this function will able to remember the variables and the methods which are available in this one. So this is the concept of the closure function, nothing but a cleanup function. So this is how we can use the useEffect cleanup function whenever you want to execute a piece of code or a cleanup code. Whenever you want to write when the component is unmounted, you can use this useEffect function, return function, to clean up the data. So that's it guys about this one. So what I will try to do is, I will create a new branch, video-71, and here useEffect cleanup function, sorry, useEffect cleanup function. And if you want to refer this code or anything, if you have any doubts or anything, so the GitHub repository link is provided in the description below, so you can check that code. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now in this video, I will try to show you one so one scenario in which we need to solve that one. So I will try to show you. For example, let's say that in our code, so now right now it is working, everything is working fine. When you try to press monk, so we are able to see, and the title is changing, and here everything is working fine. Now for example, let's say that if you go to the inspect element, and if you go to the network, and in the API request, if you try to see, if I press Ferrari, so now you will be able to observe that, so we are calling the API thing these many times. If you try to see here, monk plus, and for every request we are calling it like this. So this should not happen. Why? Because for example, let's say that when you are trying to call it in a slow 3G or anything, so now whenever the last one got executed, it's fine. So now for example, let's say that so in the middle between this one, for say due to any network conditions or any scenarios, so this one is still in the pending state, all the requests has been fulfilled, and after last this middle one is got executed, means so the data which is present in the middle API, these will be rendered into this component, so which doesn't look nice, and this comes in the race condition. So this comes in the race condition. Now in order to solve this one, what we need to do, so whenever we are trying to call a new API function, the previous API function, we need to cancel that request. So then only we can able to get the new one. So whenever we are trying to call the new one, so we need to cancel the previous request. So this one can be possible through the effects cleanup. So I have told you, right, whenever the component re-renders, so the cleanup function will be executed. Not only in the component re-renders, when the unmounted also, the cleanup function will be executed. So in order to solve this one, what we need to do here, this is our fetch post, right? So now this is the fetch post which is calling the fetch function, and this fetch function, so where we are using, this is the useEffect, and here we need to call this return. So this is our cleanup function, console.log. So here we need to abort the call, cancel the call or abort the call, whatever it may be. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so here and here I will try to write. So you see here, abort the call is there, Ferrari, and here if you try to see, all the time abort the call is getting executed. So here I have pressed a little bit late, so that is the reason the data we are able to get it. If you are trying to do it in the slow 3G, we are able to get it. So fine. So how we can abort this one? So now in order to abort this one, so what we can do is, so we have a browser API method. So that is nothing but constant controller is equal to new abort controller. So this doesn't have anything to do with the React. So this abort controller is a browser API method. So here I am trying to show you this abort controller. So it will try to cancel the or abort the one or more web requests when desired. So this is the abort controller. So whenever if you want to know about this one, so you can read this documentation. So just I am trying to show you. So here this is our fetch request. So here you can initialize the abort controller and you need to get the signal. So a controller.signal, and whenever you are trying to do this one, so you can use this signal thing. And now in the whenever you are trying to get it, so here you can abort the signal. So where we can write it, so here see controller.abort. So you can abort that signal whenever add event listener on click is there. So going on pressing that one means, so you can abort that signal. So here we can use this abort controller, which is a browser API method. So you don't think that this is an React.js method. So using this abort controller and signal thing, I am trying to abort the connection. So let's try to implement this one. So what we have did it, we have got the abort controller. Okay, in this code we have got the abort controller, and in this abort controller we got the signal, right? We need to get the signal. So here I can use this signal. So this is our fetch method, and here I can use the object signal is controller dot signal. So instead of using that in a separate variable, so I have used it like this. The same scenario they are using it like this only. So controller dot signal, they are passing it as an object. So the same thing I have did the same thing. Signal I am passing this one as a controller dot signal. Now when I need to abort this one, so here they are aborting this one whenever the user continuously press on the click thing. So if the controller is available, they are aborting that one. So for us, so when we need to use this one, so here whenever we are having an cleanup function, so here I can do controller dot abort. That's it. So I think hopefully this is the method, I think. So controller dot abort. So download aborted. Now if you try to check the same code, so let's go into this new tab, and here I want to execute the same code. Now if I refresh this page, so nothing will happen. So console, and here I am trying to press Monk Ferrari. See here the user has aborted a request, and let's go to the network. See all the things which we are trying to call it has been cancelled. Fine, right? So this is the concept which we are trying to get it. Now if you try to press enter again, let's try to see. I will remove this Ferrari thing. So we are able to call this data. Okay, and here let's go to the slow 3G or anything, and here I will use the Ferrari. See all the things got cancelled, only this one is get executed, and here we are able to get a error that is nothing but user has aborted a request. Why? Because so now when the user aborted a request, it will go into the catch phase. Now if I try to press enter now you will be able to get the data, not a problem. See now you are getting. So when you are trying to cancel this one all request, so now here what is happening is in this one, where is this fetch post? Yeah, in this fetch post, whenever you are trying to make a fetch data, sometimes we got aborted, right? And this one will create an error. Okay, so this creates an error. Why? Because we don't get any data. This creates an error. So this creates an error, try catch, and it will go immediately into the catch block. So because of that reason, so it is trying to set the error. So because of this, when this error is set, so we have written a condition in such a way that if an error is there means, if a not error is there means, then we need to load the book list, or otherwise if an error is there means we need to load the error data. Error we need to show that error component. So because of that reason, it is showing the error. So whenever the what I can say is the API is aborted also, it is thinking that something happened. So that is the reason it is going to the catch block. So let's try to print the console.log of error. Console.log of error. So is there any way to stop this error thing? Now let's go to the console, and I will stop this one, and here I will write. So here you are able to see user has aborted request, right? Instead of this one, I will try to do console.dir. I will use this console.dir, and let's solve this. Let's try to solve this one. And here if I try to use the same thing, now this is the error we are getting, and here you will be able to see a name. so which is an about error. So now we can catch this one, and I can use the code in such a way that, so here we are having this one, right? So when I will try to write the data, so such a way that if error dot name is not equal to about error, so abort about error. So if it is not equal to, then means then only set the error, or otherwise there is no need to set the error. Okay, and this about message and all the things, leave it. I will remove this console also, and here also I will remove this one. So I hopefully this is the code. Now let's see whether we can able to get this one or not. Now here I will write Ferrari. Now this time you will not get any error, and this one is all get cancelled. So this is how we will be solving this one. So now for example, let's say that we are using in the try block set is loading, and also in the catch block also we are using. So both the places we are using. So if you don't want, means you can use something like a finally, which will execute both in the success and also in the cancel. So you can copy this one and you can implement it here, and you can remove it in both the places. That's it. So that's it. So this is also one way which we can write it. Now in this way we can cancel the previous request using the useEffect cleanup. So now in the book details also, if you want to implement, you can write it. So this will not happen all the time. Why? Because only one API will be called. So when will be happen is, for example, if I click here, immediately if I click here, so this time, so if you want to cancel the previous request, means you can use the same thing about controller and you can do it. So this one rarely happens. So I am not writing this cleanup function in this book details. So if you want, means you can implement that one. So you can take it as a task and implement that one. And here this is this Monk Ferrari. This is the main thing when you are trying to search for a particular book, when you are trying to type it. So we need to abort those all the previous requests. So that is the reason we need to write this abort controller. So that's it about this calling this API functions. So now what I will try to do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is nothing but video-72. Whoever may be having doubts or anything, so the GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below of this video. Whoever may be having doubts and all those things, if you want to refer the code, means they can go and check that in the particular video branch. Now this one is the about cancelling the request. Okay, so whoever may be having doubts, this one. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in this video we will see how we can implement the key press events in our BooksDB app. For example, let's say that I will try to tell you the scenario. If you see, if you type any for any book like JavaScript or Monk or anything, now if I click on this book, we are able to see the book details, right? So now when I click on the back, we are able to go back to the book read list. Now I want to have a scenario in such a way that when I see all these book details, when I press the escape key, which is present in the keyboard, the escape key, then also it needs to implement the back functionality. So it needs to move to the book read list. So now we need to implement the key down event or key press event or anything it is. So key down event, and we need to capture the key down event and code with an escape key. Then we need to implement this back functionality. So let's try to implement this one. So we need to add an event listener. So to which element we need to add an event listener? So we need to add an event listener to the document. Why? Because it's an escape key, right? So we will implement for the document. Whenever we press an escape in this document, so we will implement this handle back event. So for this one, where we need to implement is in the app.js. So here we are having this useEffect. So this side effect is intended for fetching the post from the books data, from the books API. So now we should not implement this add event listener in this useEffect. Why? Because as I already told you that effects or the side effects, it should implement only one functionality. It is intended for only one functionality. So if it is better to write another useEffect. So useEffect. So when it needs to be implemented, so here I will write document dot add event listener of key down, and here you will be having a function of e, and here I can write console.log of key down. So something like this. So now let's try to see the output for this one. So I will go and implement this inspect functionality. So here, so if I try to write the monk, see all the time key down is getting implemented. So now we have this key down event. Now for example, if I press on this one, so if I click the back, so we are able to see key down event which is calling 9 times. Now if I click on this another one and if I press escape key, so it is going to 10 times. So if I try to click here escape, it is going to 11 times. Each time whenever I am trying to open a book details and pressing escape, so the key down event is increasing. So fine, let's leave it. So here if I press the escape key, so it is not working, right? So let's try to implement this one. So here in order to capture this one, I will try to print the event for this. So if you try to press the event and here let's remove this one all and escape key if you press, this is a key down event and here if you try to see the code is an escape. So we can capture the escape key code using this key code. So here I can write that if e dot code is equal to escape. If it is an escape, then we need to implement the back functionality. So the back functionality is present for us handle back. Okay, so we can use this handle back event. Let's try to use this handle back here. I am calling this handle back event. That's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, let's go to and click on this. So we are able to see this one and if I try to press the escape, so we are going back here. Now if I click on this one, press escape, so we are able to implement this escape thing. So it's working fine. Now I want to see that how many times this one is getting called. So here if you try to see, the another thing you need to remember that, so now here this should be called only on the mounted, right? So you can have it like this, and in some places when you are in some editors, you will be able to see one warning you will be getting in an empty array that this use effect is dependent on this function. So we know that the properties, the state variables, it will be dependent, right? So here the React also throws a warning that it is dependent on this function. So if you are getting this type of warning, so simply you can mention this function. So we'll try to learn about this one. So why we need to mention like this. So when you try to use it like this, nothing will happen. Now I will try to console the closing. So we are handling the closing thing, right? So now I will write this closing here. So now that's it. Now let's try to implement this one. So here I will press like this and here I will write monk. So we are not getting any closing. So that means any event listener is not getting executed. Fine. I will click on this one. So fine. And I will press escape. So here you will be able to see 8 times the closing is called. Okay. Now here if I press here and I press escape here, now this time 10 times it is calling. So what it is happening here is, so this use effect is going on executing whenever the component renders or handle back. So whenever this component is rendering or whenever this use effect is executing, so it is always binding a new event listener to this one. Key down event listener is getting attached to the document each time. So this should be removed when the book has been closed. When the book details has been closed, the document.eid event listener should be removed. When we again open another book details, then we need to then the new event listener needs to be binded. So for this one what we need to do is, so as you already know, so we know the effect cleanup. So whenever this one, so here you need to return the function and here this one we need to clear the key down event. So here for this one what you will write document dot remove event listener of key down and we need to tell which type of key down we need to implement. So that means we need to write the function. So here we cannot write this whole function like this. Instead of this one, what I can do is, so here I can write a function of callback. So whatever the thing you want, you can write it here. So you will get it as a E and I can copy this entire code and I can paste it here. So that's it. I can call this callback here. So here I can remove this one. That's it. So now I can add the same callback here. That's it. Now let's see that this closing, how many times it is getting called. So whenever the use effect is cleaning up, so whenever this one is completed, so this cleaning will be executed. This cleanup function will be executed. Now let's try to implement this code. Let's remove this one. Let's refresh this page. So now so far no errors. Now I am writing the monk here and I will click on this one. So I will press escape. So only one time the closing is getting called. Fine. And I will open this one and again I will press escape. See, this time only one time the closing is get called. So this is one. This is what I want to explain you. So now we have successfully implemented the add event listener, key down event listener, and also we are removing the event listener on the cleanup. So now, so that's it. So now I want to tell you another scenario that when I open this monk and here I will try to open another type of thing, that is JavaScript. And here when I am trying to search here, so still we are able to see these book details, right? So we need to clear this one also. So where we can clear this one, so that is nothing but when we are trying to fetch post, and here you can also call the handle back event. That's it. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so when you click on JavaScript here and when I try to search for the monk, so this one is also getting created, removed. So this is one clear which I want to tell you, and hopefully everything is getting so problem solved, I think. So this is how we will be adding this escape key event listener, and also we need to remove that key event listener on the effect cleanup. So I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-73. So I am writing video-73. So whoever may be having a doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code means, so the GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below. So you can get the code from there. And here I will commit this code. So this one is key press event listener. Okay, so this is the key press event listener. So let's commit this code. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video, we will learn about the rules of the React hooks. So this is one of the important concepts before proceeding into the further thing. So we need to learn about the React hooks. So let's try to learn about the React hooks. So we have already learned about the two React hooks, that is nothing but useState and also useEffect. So there are also still more other hooks also. We'll try to learn one by one. So what are React hooks? React hooks are essentially special functions that are built into React and which allow us to basically hook in some of the React's internal mechanism. So this is the basic definition of this one. Hooks are basically APIs that expose some internal React functionality, such as creating and accessing state from the fiber tree or registering side effects in the fiber tree as well. So this is the basic example, basic definition of the React hook. The fiber tree is somewhere deep inside React and usually not accessible to us at all. So I think if you are following my previous videos, so you will be able to understand about this, what is a React element tree, which is nothing but a virtual DOM, and a fiber tree, fiber element, like this we have already discussed about these all the things. So here what I am trying to tell is, so the fiber tree is somewhere deep inside the React and usually not accessible to us at all. But using the useState and or the useEffect hook, we can essentially hook into the internal mechanism. Now hooks are also allows us to manually select DOM nodes, access context and many other things. So hooks makes us to manually select the DOM nodes, means documents, DOM elements, these all the things. Now what all hooks have in common is that they all start with the word use. So you know already about this one. All the hooks, if you want to determine or if you want to differentiate with the regular functions means, so these normal hooks will have a prefix with the use. So if you have use means, then you can think that it is an hook. In order to make it easy for us and for React to distinguish hooks from the other regular functions. In fact, we can even create our own custom hooks, which will also start with the word use. And this is one of the greatest things about hooks in general, because custom hooks give us developers an easy way of reusing a non-visual logic. So that means non-visual logic means the logic which doesn't have the code about the UI. So here what I am trying to tell is, so we have some predefined hooks which the React will give us for accessing the fiber tree or otherwise fiber element, and we can also write our custom hooks which will start with the word use as a prefix. So this is one thing which I want to explain. Now we have used only 2 hooks so far, but React actually comes with almost 20 built-in hooks, and so let's get a quick overview of them here. Here now I want to tell you that useState and useEffect are some of the most important hooks and most used ones. So these two, useState and also the useEffect, are some of the most important hooks we have used it. And also the useReducer and useContext, we will learn about this in our future videos. So these are some other hooks which we less often. So this useReducer, useContext are some of the things which we will be using, which we will learn about these future videos. But here useState and useHook, we have used it more important and more important hooks, and we have used it most. And less often which we will be using is useRef, use callback, use memo, use transition, use default values. Some of them are actually still quite important. So these we will be using less often, but so these are all quite important and these are worth learning for this one. So now you understood what is in hooks and what are the concept of hooks and what are the different types of hooks available. So now we need to understand about the rules of hooks. So what are the rules of hooks? In order for hooks to actually work as intended, there are two very simple rules of hooks that we must follow. So these two simple rules we need to follow in order to create a hook. The first rule is that hooks can only be called at the top level. So the hooks should always be called at the top level only. That means that we cannot call hooks inside conditional like if statements, also not inside loops or functions nested inside the component. So we should never create the hooks inside a conditional statements or loops like that. It's because the hooks only work if they are always called in the exact same order. So the hooks should always be called in the same exact order, which can only be ensured if we only call at the top level. And the second rule is very simple, that hooks can only be called from React functions. In practice, this means that hooks can only be called from function components or from custom hooks, but not from regular functions or even class components. So these hooks can be called only in the React functions. These are not called in the regular functions or even class components. We cannot call these functions. The first rule is always the hook should be called at the top level, and also there should be no conditional. So hook should not be declared in a conditional statements or in a loop statements like that. So these rules are automatically enforced by the React ESLint rule. So if you are having any linter available in your system, so in your app, linter is installed means, so then the linter will take care of these two rules and it will automatically enforce you to follow these rules. So you really won't be allowed to break these rules even if you try. So these rules you cannot break it. Even if you try to break it also, you cannot able to break it. Why? Because ESLint will restrict you. Why do we need to call the hooks in the same order on every render? So this is the most important thing. So we need to call the hooks in the same order on every render. Remember that whenever an application is rendered, React creates a tree of elements also called as an virtual DOM. So this one we know. When an application is rendered, React creates a React element tree that is nothing but a virtual DOM. On the initial render, React also builds a fiber tree out of the virtual DOM. So on the initial render, React also creates a fiber tree out of the virtual DOM, where each element is called as a fiber element. So here you will be able to see on the first rendering, React element tree, that is nothing but a virtual DOM is created, and also the fiber tree is also created. In the fiber tree, each element is a fiber. So we know that one. Each fiber contains a lot of things like received props, a list of work, and a linked list of all hooks that were used in the component instance. So here what I am trying to do is each fiber. So this is a fiber. A fiber tree contains a tree of all the fiber elements. Each fiber element contains the props, list of hooks, and all those things will be declared in this fiber. Let's understand how hooks work behind the scenes. Let's build a linked list of used hooks with a simple example. So here consider a simple example. So here we are having three hooks. That is nothing but one is the useState, two useState, and the second useState hook we are calling with the condition that if a is equal to 23, then only we are creating that useState hook. And at last we are calling a useEffect. So there are three hooks on which one useState hook is calling conditionally, which is an error. The above code actually doesn't work. So if you try to execute also, it will not work, because that code actually violates the first rule of hook. That is nothing but it conditionally defines the state there. But by breaking this rule, we will understand why hooks rely on the order in which they are called. Our list will be called on the call order of the used hooks. Here in the code, we have two state hook call and finally the useEffect hook call. So we have seen it. Now like this, it will be created state A, state B, and effect hook. So this type linked list it will be created. State A will be linked to the state B and state B will be linked to the effect hook. So like this it will be linked. Here the first list element contains a reference to the second element, which in turn has the link to the third element. So which I am trying to tell you. The first one will have a link to the second element, and the second state B will be having a link to the third element. That is nothing but an effect hook. So all the list elements are linked together, which is actually a common data structure called as a linked list. Let's say that when the component re-rendered happened with a state value updated as 7 from 23. So let's say that a value we have updated from 23 to 7. So that means the component re-render has to occur. So when the component re-render occurs, with this condition becomes false, and the second useState hook will not be called. Why? Because if a is equal to 23, then only we are using the useState. If you try to see here, so this one, if a is equal to 23, then only we are creating this useState. Now a is 7, so this condition becomes false. That means only two state hooks will be created. So that is nothing but one state hook and also one effect hook. So here it's like it will be like this. So state B will not be there, state A and effect hook will be there. Now the problem is that the first hook is still pointing to the original second hook. Now the link is now broken. That is the main thing. So state A is now linking to a hook that no longer exists, and nothing is pointing to the effect. So meaning that the linked list is destroyed. So that is why in the conclusion, if we use the hooks conditionally, that will completely mess up the list of hooks between render, which will leave React confused. Hooks needs to be called in the same order on every render. So that is the reason we need to call in the same render. We will try to see this one in a practical example. I will try to explain you. So this is the concept of the hooks, so which you need to understand it. So the hope I think that you understood about what is hooks and what are the rules of hooks. So I will try to post this slideshow in the description below of the link. So if you want to have this slideshow, means you can get it. So that's it guys about this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So here in the previous video we have learned about the rules of hooks, right? So now I want to explain you about the rules of hooks, so how it will behave. So for example, let's say that let's go to the book details. Okay, so this is our output. If you try to see, if I try to show you about this book details, so we are able to see, and if I refresh this page, so you will be able to see this one. Fine. Okay, now we are able to see this one. Now what I want to do is, so here this is our get book details, right? Now what I can say here, let's if you try to see, if you see here, we are having 1 2 3 states, and if you come down, so we are having one use effect, two use effects. So that means we are having 3 states and 2 use effect. If you try to see here in our inspect element in the components, and here this is our book details, right? If I click on this book details, now you will be able to see that there are 3 states and 2 effects. So these are all the hooks. So if you try to understand, these are all hooks. And if you understand here, these hooks and all those things are not remembered by their name. So here this is an book, and this one is an is loading, and this one is an something like rating. I think I didn't remember. Yeah, user rating. But in React, these are things doesn't remember with their names. These are remembered with their linked list. So 1 2 3 4 5. So with this one it is remembered. So that is the reason. So every hook should be declared at the top level only. For example, let's say that we are having a book rating, right? So which is around something like format book response. If you try to see here, we are giving a static of 4.5. Let's say that I will use math.floor of, I will use math.random. Okay, math.random into 10. So I will get it from 0 to 9, and I will do +1, so that I will get 1 to 10. So now I am using a rating. Now here in the book details, so I want to conditionally add the rating here. So for example, if book dot rating is greater than 2, if it is greater than 2, then I want to implement x comma set x is equal to useState of 0, something if I want to implement it. Now if you try to see here in our inspect element, you will be able to see an error. right? So if you want to remove this error, I will write ESLint hyphen disable. So I can write it like this. Now if you see the output for this one, if you execute here, so let's refresh this page. Okay, now I will click on this monk, and if you click on this one, see error came. What is this error? Let's try to go into this one, and if you try to see here, on the initial state or on the initial render, it was having 3 states and the 2 effects, but this time it has been 4 states. So because of that reason, it got an error. Now here also everything got error. So why? Because so here if you try to see in the initial state of render, so this is a conditional base. For the first time, book dot rating will be undefined, so it will be having 3 states and also 2 effects. So when the book we got the details, and after re-render, so this one condition got true, and this new state has been initialized. So because of this reason, so now the state mismatch, hooks mismatch has been happened. So because of that reason, so what is happening is, so after the condition is becoming true, so this use state is also getting executed. So that is the reason in the initial render and after render, so there is a mismatch of the hooks. So the linked list, the list is getting broken. So that is the reason, so we are getting this type of error. So this is one case which I want to tell you about this one. So conditionally we don't want, we should not add, we should not create the hooks. So this is first thing. And the another one which I want to explain you is, so there it is also another thing is early return. For example, let's say that if it is true means, then I will return p done or anything. So here from here onwards I am stopping this one. So that means, so if book dot rating is greater than 2, if condition is not false means, then another use effects will be created. So 2 hooks extra will be created, or otherwise from here only it will be stopped. So if you try to see here, so this is our simple example, and I will do the monk, and if I click on this one, again the error came. So this time the error will be different. Why? Because so rendered fewer hooks than expected. So this time, so we in the initial render we have six I think 5 hooks has been created. Now this time we have early return is there, right? So early return is there because of this reason, early return, only 3 hooks has been created. So that means fewer hooks has been created. So that is the reason we are getting an error. So these are the 2 things which you need to understand about the rules of the hooks. Now another thing, before closing this one, I want to explain you about the state. So how the state hook will be executing. So for example, let's say that we are having this one, right? So here I will be having something like constant is stop, set is stop is equal to, set is stop is equal to use state of I will use book dot rating greater than 2. Okay, and here I will try to show you the book rating. So here we are not using this one, right? So now this time rating has become dynamic. So book dot rating, I will use this book dot rating so that we can able to understand. So now here I am using book dot rating, and here I want to what I can say is, so I will try to check console.log of is stop. Okay, and I will try to print this console.log book.rating also, so that we can able to understand it. Now what I am trying to do here, you need to understand one thing. So here what I am trying to do is, you need to understand that first I am printing the book.rating. First time it will be undefined, so it will try to set that one greater than 2. Okay, it will be false, and you are printing that it will be a false only. Then afterwards, after the book has been, we got the details and all those things, what will happen? Well, after the book rating has been initialized to 1 or 2 or something like that, so then is stop, then it should be something like true it should be. So let's try to see how it will work. Now if you see this output, how it will look like is, if you go here and if I refresh this page and if I search for the monk or anything, JavaScript or anything, now if I click here, see the first time it is undefined, false is there, fine, and afterwards we got it as 9. So that means it is greater than 2, but still we are getting this one as false instead of having it true. Why it is happening here is, so you need to understand that, so this type of initialization will be happen only in the initial render only. So initial state, use state, this one is called as an initial value for the use state variable. So when the initial render only, this one will be executed. After the component re-render, these initial values will not be counted. So that is one thing you need to understand. So if you want to update this eStop means, then what you need to use is useEffect. You need to use the useEffect, and here I need to write set eStop. Okay, sorry, set eStop of what I can say here, set eStop dot rating greater than 2. Okay, I need to use it like this. So here we need to use book dot rating greater than 2. Okay, I can use it like this. Now I will try to console.log it here. Then let's see what will happen it. Now if I refresh this page, so this time we are able to see that it is a true. Now here I will try to search for the monk. Okay, I will click on this one, undefined. So here 4 came, true came. So that is the reason. So here useEffect, we are using another useEffect to update the thing. So instead of writing like this, what we can do is we can use the derived state. So we have already discussed about this derived state concept. So we need to use the derived state. For this one, what I can do is, so here I can use constant eStop is equal to what I can say is book dot rating greater than 2. That's it, finish. So here if you try to console.log of book dot rating, it is something like same, and this one will be executed. So this one will work fine. Now if you try to see the output for this one, if you refresh this page, and here I am doing the monk, and if I click on this one, see, we are able to get the value. So instead of creating a state variable and in order to update that one using the effect, we can use the derived state. Derived state is one of the important concept which we need to understand. So another one which I want to tell you before closing of this session is, so we already know about that useState thing. So useState is an asynchronous. So useState is by default asynchronous. For example, let's say that here we are having an handle readbook. So handle readbook will be executed whenever we click on this add to list, right? So now let's say that I am having an average rating. So here I will define this one, constant average rating comma set average rating, okay, is equal to useState of 0. Let's say that we are having an useState of 0. So now this is an average rating. Now I will be not pushing back here. So on book reading, here I will try to do set average rating of I want to update it to book dot rating. Okay, book dot rating. So this is thing, and I will alert the average rating. So what it could be the output, let's try to see. So at the initial time it is 0 at the initial stage. So the initial state value of this average rating is 0. So when we click on this add to list, then we are updating it to the book dot rating. So it can be something around whatever it may be the value, more than greater than 0 it will be. And here we are alerting the average rating. So that means it should come the rating, average rating. Now if you try to see the output for this one, let's see the output for this one. Now here we are having, I will refresh this page again, and I will search for monk or anything. And here if you try to click here, the rating for this one is 8. And if I click on this one, and if I click on add to list, see, we are getting still 0 only. And if I try to click on OK, so now we are able to get the value. But here we are still able to see 0 only. So by this we can able to understand that, so this setting of this state variable is an asynchronous by default. For example, let's say that I want to set the average rating. So something like set average rating of, and here for example, let's say that I will try to use this div average rating. I will try to print this average rating here. Now this is the value I am trying to print, and here let's remove this one, set average rating. So now here now if you try to see here, alert of average rating, we have used it, right? Alert of average rating. Now let's see that whether the 0 will be visible in the output or not. So here if I try to go back, and if I delete this one, and if I click again in this one, so we are able to see 0. Okay, I clicked on this add to list, still we are able to see 0 and okay, and this one has been rating 1 has been added to here. So this is happening, what it is happening is, so when these effects and all those things are completed, when the component renders, then only the states will be updated. So immediately you cannot see the changes in the effect. Now here another thing which I want to try to explain you is, for example, let's say that here we are using this average rating, right? And I want to explain you another concept. So set average rating, we are having a book dot rating, and here I want to what I want to do is, And here for example, let's say that average book rating is there, right? So here I will try to do set average rating of, I want to set the average rating plus user rating. I will try to do the user rating, and here I will do like this, and I will do with divided by 2. Okay, now let's see that what will happen. Now here if you try to see, the average rating will be the book dot rating, and the user rating will be the user rating which the user has given, and divided by 2. The average of this one I want to show. So here if you try to see the same thing, let's go back into this one, and I will remove this one, and I will click on this again. So this time the average rating, the rating is 6, and I am trying to select the 8. 6 plus 8 is nothing but 14, so it should be 7 if I click on this add to list. So but this time we are getting only 6. Why? Because the rating is 0, and we have given the 8 or 7, 8 we have given. So 8 divided by 2, 4 we are getting. So that is the reason. So that is the reason I am trying to tell average rating will be always 0 here. So now if you want to get this one value, means what we need to do is, so here I can do average rating. Now we can get this value, exact value. Now if you try to see average rating, if you see the output, the same output, let's go back and delete this one. And here I will do the same thing, and if I click on this value, now 8, the 8 plus 10, 18, 9 should be the output. So here now we are able to get the exact average. So like this, the state variable is always asynchronous. You should be able to understand this one. So this is the concept which I want to tell you about the hooks thing, so which you should keep remember in this one. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in this video, I want to show you one scenario, and we will try to solve this scenario. So here I will read this code. Yeah. So for example, let's say that I am searching for any data here. So we got this data. Now if I click on this one, so we are able to see the details of this one. Now when I click on this save, or when I click on this add to list, so I am clicking on this add to list. Now this list has been added to the read list. So here I will be selecting another also. So I have added it to the list. Now if you try to see, there are 2 books that are in the read list. Now if I try to refresh this page, so what will happen? So we are not able to see this data. So what we need to do is, in this video, we need to persist this data. So how we can persist this data? Even if I refresh this page also, I want to show the books that are in the read list. So how we can do this one is, so by using the local storage. So right now we don't have any local storage. So let's try to implement the local storage by saving all the books details in the read list. So for example, let's say that, let's try to see this code. So where can we do this one? So storing of the data in the read list, where can we do this one? Using the local storage. So this is the handle book read. So this is the place where if you try to click the book, for example, let's say that if you try to click on this book, so here if you try to see add to list, if you click on this button, so this is the method which it is trying to get executed. So here we are trying to add the books into the books read data. So in this variable we are trying to add it. So this is the place where we can initialize the local storage and we can save the data. Okay, let's try to write it here. So local storage dot set item. Okay, and here I will use the read list. So here we need to save the data. We know that this set books read data useState is an asynchronous one. So we cannot use the books read data directly, and here we need to save it like this only. So the same scenario we need to use it. So that means we need to use books read data, okay, comma, and we need to use the book. So that should be something like json.stringify. Why? Because so the just local storage data doesn't take the array of object, array or anything. It will take only the string data. So that is the reason we have a method available in the JavaScript. So that is the reason we need to use the json.stringify. So here we can use it like this, local storage.set item. Now let's try to see this one. So here if you try to see in this one, so I will be clicking on this one here, and I will click on this add to list. If I click on this add to list, automatically here at the bottom you will be able to see in the local storage. So the read list has been added. What is this console error? Nothing is there. So if you go to the application, and nothing is there. If you go to the application and here a local storage item has been added. Now for example, let's say that I will take another one. I will select some star and I will click on this add to list. So here we are able to add the data into the local storage. Fine. Now I want to delete this data. So here I am deleting this data. So this time it is not getting deleted. So we need to implement this delete functionality also. The local storage data, we need to delete the item in the local storage also when you are trying to delete in the read list. Okay, let's go here. And if you try to see here, this is the delete read book. So which we are trying to delete the data. So here also we need to add the local storage. Local storage dot set item. Okay. And here read list. So we will be using the same read list. And here we will be using json.stringify. So the same item we will use json.stringify. So what is that one we need to use? So here what is that we need to use? That is nothing but the books data. So here we are filtering out that one, right? So we are converting it into the string and we are using the books data. So done. Now let's go into this one, and here I will try to add again another one. So here if you try to see add to list. Now here if I delete this data, if you click on this one, so it is getting deleted, and if I delete this one also, it is getting deleted. So successfully we are able to see that the items are get deleted. So here if you try to see the add to list, and here add delete is there. But there is one problem with the code which we are trying to write it. Why? Because so here in the 2 times we are writing this local storage, we are duplicating the code. And also another thing what you need to do is, so if there is another place where there is a code that adding a book read data, then what we need to do again, we need to implement this local storage in that one. So this is not the correct scenario. So what we can do is, so we can make use of the React hooks, that is nothing but useEffect, to store the read list into the local storage. So how we can do it? So when we need to store the the books read data into the local storage, whenever the books read data, the variable has been changed. So we know that useEffect, we can use this variable, and we can, whenever this books read data is changing, we can invoke that useEffect thing. So how we can write that one? So that is nothing but useEffect of. So here this is the function which we need to write the code, and here at the second parameter will be an array, and here you can write the books read data. So whenever this is getting changed, so this useEffect needs to be executed. So what can I do here? So here I can copy this one and I can paste it here, and I can remove this one, and I can also remove this one. Okay, and here I will be using the books read data. That's it. So now whenever this books read data is changed, whether it is added or removed or anything, then immediately this useEffect will be executed. So now let's try to see the output for this one. If I refresh this page, okay, and I will try to search for the JavaScript, anything, and here I will click on this one. So here I will select the data, and if I click on this add to list, see at the bottom automatically the data is getting added. Now if I try to add this again, JavaScript and jQuery, so it is getting added into the local storage. Now if I try to remove this one, so what will happen? See, the data has been removed. So this all is done through the useEffect only. So this useEffect only it is possible. So now this is possible only through the useEffect thing. Now here everything is working fine. Now if I try to refresh this page, so for example, let's say that, oh sorry, I forgot. So JavaScript, I will add it here, and I will try to save this one, add to list, and here also I will try to save this one, add to list. So now whenever I refresh this page, so now here it is getting an empty array. Why? Because at the first time when you try to see, when we are trying to refresh this page, the books read data is having an empty one. So the useState variable is initialized with an empty array. So that is the reason immediately the useEffect also will be executed on the mounted, and also whenever the books read data variable is changed. So that is the reason. So now what we need to do is, so here we are using this books read data, right? At the time of this one books read data, when we are initializing it to empty array, so we need to search that whether the local storage data is existing or not. If it is existing, mean we need to initialize the state variable using the local storage. So, okay, fine. Let's go into here, and here, so how we can do it? So in here in this useState, so you need to understand that not only providing a single value, we can also add the function. So that is nothing but a pure function we need to add it. We can also have a function here which is a pure function. So this should be a pure function. So this should not take any parameters, and here I can write that constant books is equal to local storage dot get item of read list, and here we will be getting all the read list, and we need to return the books here. So this books will be in the string, and this takes the array of objects, so we need to convert it into an array of object. So we have a method available json.parse, and I can use this one to convert it into an array of object. That's it. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so if I try to see the output for this one, so JavaScript, here I can do here add to list, yeah, fine, and here I can do here add to list, and this one is also fine. If I refresh this page, now so here the data is existing like this only, and we are able to see this output. So now we are able to implement the successfully persisting the read list data. So you may be getting doubt that why we need to use the useState here. I can also use something like constant books like this at the outside, and I can use the set books read data of books, right? So you can have a doubt like this instead of using it like this. So I will make this one as an array, and I can use it like this, right? So what is the change in this one? So you can implement this one also, it's not a problem. Then also you can be able to see this output. But here, so here React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why? Because so I already told you that useState, okay, so useState, this initial value will be rendered will be executed only in the initial render, okay, and this one set books read data, so this one will be executed every time the component is getting re-rendered. So that is the reason we should not use this one like this. So whenever we are trying to execute this local, whenever the component is re-rendered, again these two lines will be getting executed all the time. So here this useState, I already told you, right, the initial value will be executed only on the initial render. When the component re-renders, this initial value, state value, will not be re-initialized. So that is one thing which you need to understand. So this is the main thing which you need to understand. So that's it, guys. So we have implemented the persistence of this in the local storage of the read list data. Hope you understood about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this data, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So we have learned about the two React hooks in our earlier videos, that is useState and useEffect. So we have used it so much very often that now I think that the people who are following my videos so are pretty comfortable with the two hooks, that is useState and also useEffect. So when we need to use it and how many different ways we can use this state and also the useEffect, these all things you people have understood. Now it's time for us to jump on to the another hook, that is useRef hook. So what is the use of this hook, and when we need to use this hook, and where it exactly matches into our, or where it exactly useful in our applications, in the React application. Let's try to see. So let's learn about the another React hook, that is nothing but useRef hook. This is one of the easiest hooks. So this is one of the easiest, just like the useState and useEffect, this is also easiest one only. Let's try to see. What are refs? So first we need to understand what are refs. So we use the useRef hook to create something called a ref. So here what I can say is constant. So here the ref will be created using a variable constant myref is equal to useRef of 23. So here also we are passing initial value for this one. So like this to create something. But what actually is a ref? Ref stands for reference, and essentially it's like a box into which we can put any data. So it's something like an object, or it's something like a store, we can store the data. So here ref means it will create something like a memory allocation for you, where you can store the data inside this one. You can store whatever the data it may be, object or anything. So like a box in which you can put any data that we want to be preserved between the renders. So the component re-renders will be happen all the time, right? When we try to update the state variable. So whenever any state updates occurs, the component re-renders. So if you want to preserve the data between the renders, so if you want to preserve the data means if you want to have the previous rendered data or anything, so then you can save the data in a ref. So that is a main usage of this one. In technical terms, when we use ref, React will give us an object with a mutable current property. So technically if you want to talk means, so when you try to create a variable with a useRef, so you will be having a current property into that one. So that means it will have an object. So useRef, if you create a variable, that variable will return, that useRef will return a object. In that object you will be having current property, and using that current property we can write any data into this current property, and also we can read from it using that current property. So let's say that this is the myref. Okay, we have created previously, right, myref, and in that I told you, right, it is a memory location or a box, something like where you can store any type of data. Here I am storing a integer value that is nothing but number value 23. So that 23, if you want to access that value, means we can access it through the current property. So myref.current is equal to 1000. So here I am updating the value. If you want to get the data value, means myref.current. So we can write and read from the ref using .current property. I already told you that whenever you create a variable, myref is equal to useRef. If you trade, means useRef will return an object. In that object it will have a current property, and using that current property you can write the data and also you can read the data also. In this small example, the current property was first set to the initial value of 23 and we then changed it to 1000. So we can say that this current property is actually mutable. So that means we can update the value, we can change the value. So that is the reason it is mutable. What's really special about the refs is that they are persisted across the renders. So the current property value stays the same between the multiple renders. So just like the state. So here what is the special about the ref value? So initial value it has been rendered as 23. So when the component re-renders, so the ref current value has updated to 1000, right? When the component re-renders, so the ref value will not be initialized with the, again it will not be initialized. So it will stay with the previous value only, that is 1000. So that is the thing which I want to explain you. So this gives us two big use cases for refs. First, as we just said, that we can use refs to create variables that will stay the same between the renders, and useful examples for this are preserving the previous state. So this is the main thing. So refs are used to create, to preserve the previous state. So previous state and the use previous state are storing the ID of a timeout function. The second use case is actually far more important, which is to select and store the DOM elements. So whenever you are trying to select a DOM element, so the second use case will be actually far more important. So just like the ID of a set timeout. So whenever you are using the set timeout and if you want to save the ID of that set timeout, means you can use the ref. A DOM element is also a piece of data that we want to store and preserve across renders. Just like the ID of a set timeout, the DOM element, the value, the return value of the DOM element is also a piece of data, and we can also save that, store it and preserve in the render across the renders. Now refs are usually for data that is not rendered individual output of the component. So usually refs only appear in event handlers or effects. So now what I am trying to tell you is, so refs are usually for data not to render. So it is not used to render the output of the component, whereas state is used to render the output of the component. So just refs are only appear in the event handlers or effects, but not in the JSX. You will not use it in the JSX. Of course, we can use the refs inside the JSX too, but usually it's not ideal place for that one. If you need data to participate in the visual output of the component, so if you want the data to show it in the visual output, that means in the JSX, means that a good sign, actually you need a state, not a ref. So whenever you want to try to use the variable in a JSX data, means then the correct is the nothing but use the state, not the ref. Just like with the state, you are not allowed to write or read the current property in render logic, as that would create an undesirable side effect. So that is nothing. So in render logic, so we should never write to update and mutate the data. So this will create an infinite loop when you try to update the state. In the same scenario, the ref also, you should not write or read the current property in the render logic. We usually perform these type of mutations inside a useEffect. So whenever you try to change the data or anything, so we usually do these type of things in a useEffect hook. These two state and ref are in fact quite similar. So what I want to tell you is, so these two, useState and also the useRef, are quite similar if you try to observe. Let's now analyze what they have in common and what is the difference between these two. State versus ref. In a way we can say that refs are like state but with less powers. So what I can say is, refs and states are nothing but, useState are nothing but same only, but they will have with less powers. What they have in common is, both the state and refs are persisted across the renders. So this is one thing, state and refs, they are persisted across the renders. So the initial value will be initialized only in the initial render only. Whenever the re-renders happens, so it will not be initialized again. The component remembers these values even after re-rendering. So that is one thing. The big difference is that updating the state causes the component to re-render, while updating the refs does not re-render. So this is the main difference. So whenever we update the state using something like set state, something like that, when you use it, immediately the component re-render happens. So when you try to update the ref, means yref.current, like that, if you are not trying to update it, the component will not render again. The big takeaway from this is that we use state when we want to store data that should re-render the component, and refs for data that should only be remembered by the component over time but never re-render it. So here when we need to use the state is, so when we want to store the data and whenever we are updating the data, if we want the component to re-render, means then we use the state, and we use the refs for the data that should only be remembered, but when we are trying to update that ref that we should not never re-render it, means then we use the refs. So this is the main distinction between the state and the refs, but there are also some minor ones. We already learned that the state is immutable but refs are not. So this one we have learned it. Also state is updated asynchronously. So the use state, the set state, we have learned about this one. It is updated asynchronously, which means that we cannot use the new state immediately after updating it. With refs on the other hand, updates are not asynchronous. So refs, updating the refs is synchronous, as we can actually read a new current property immediately after updating it. So this is the table which we have the common things between the state and the refs. So persist across the renders means, so SS, so these both are persisted across the renders. So only first time initial render the value will be initialized, all the time it will remember the data what you have updated it. And updating across the re-render means whenever we update the data, whether the component re-renders or not, means in the state it will re-render but in the ref it will not do. Immutable means, so here the state is immutable whereas the refs is not immutable, so we can update it using the dot current property. Asynchronous updates means, so whether the state variable is an asynchronous update, so we cannot use the data immediately after updating it, whereas refs is a synchronous one, so you can immediately use the data after immediately updating it. So this is the main difference between the useState and the useRef. In the next video we will try to see about the practical implementation of this useRef, where we can actually use this one in our React.js application. Hope you understood about this one. So this slide share link I will be providing in the description below of this video. So if anybody is interested in this slide share link, means, so you can have it. So that's it guys about the useRef hook introduction. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in the previous video we have learned about the concept of the useRef hook. So now I think that you have a clear understanding about the useRef hook. Now what we need to do is, so here I will try to explain you one scenario. So we'll try to solve that scenario. So for example, if I refresh this page, so when the first time when I am landing onto this app, I want my focus or I want my cursor to be directly on the search book so that I can search for the book. Here what I need to do here, so whenever I first come here, so I need to click on this one so that it can focus on that search box and I can type whatever I want. So instead of going into this one, so directly if that cursor is focused in that one search element, it will be better, right? So let's try to implement that scenario. So how we can implement it? So let's try to use the traditional way how we can do it. So this is our search component. So this is our search component which we are trying to see. And in this search component, so on the mounted, I want to fire it. So useEffect, I will be using the useEffect which should be imported from the React. So why we need to use the useEffect is after the DOM is completely loaded, so this useEffect will be fired. So in this useEffect, so this should be fired at the mounted. So that means here I can use it like this. Now I want to catch the element. So here for catching the element, I will be giving the class name. So I will give it as a search. So let's catch the element. Input element is equal to document.query selector of search. So I am using this element. Now I want to focus that element. So what we can do, input elim.focus. That's it. So now we have focused on this element. Let's try to see the output for this one. So if you try to see the output for this one, if I refresh this page, automatically the focus is there on that one. So I can write the JavaScript or anything and I can do it. So like this we can do it. So automatically the focus is there. So now this is the method how we can implement this one. But we are trying to access the DOM element using a native or traditional JavaScript. We know that the React and all those things, Angular and React, everything, Vue.js, which is it. So it's a declarative programming. So we should not do it like this. We should not do with the traditional JavaScript. So we should implement with a declarative pattern. So how we can use it? So as we already learned about the useRef, right? So we can use the ref concept in order to access the DOM element. So accessing the ref or using the ref can be done in 3 steps. So let's try to implement that one. So first, in order to implement this one, so here I can call constant input ref is equal to useRef. So which should be not useReducer. We'll learn about this useReducer also. useRef. So at the first time it should be null. So now useRef should be imported from the React. So this you need to remember. So first step is completed. We have declared it. Now we need to bind this one to any of the input DOM element whichever you want to capture the reference. So here we need to use ref is equal to input ref. So we have captured the element. Now in the useEffect, what we need to do is, so we need to capture this element. So let's try to console.log input ref dot current. Okay, so I already told you, right? It's an object. So all the data will be present in the current. Now if you try to see the output for this one, let's go into the console.log and I will try to show you in the console. So here you will be able to see the input element. So if I try to refresh this page, so I am able to capture the input element. Now using this ref, so what can I do here? So I can catch it and I can do input ref dot current dot focus. That's it. So we have implemented this one. So now if I try to refresh this page, the same thing happens, but this time also, so we are able to see that one has been focused. So like this, we need to use the ref concept in order to access the DOM element. So just we can declare this one using the useRef, and we need to bind it to the DOM element which you want to use that one, and you can use it directly like this. So now before closing this one, so what I want to do is, so another thing I want to explain you. So here I am here in this one. So I have searched for the JavaScript. Okay, I have searched for this element. Now when I press enter in the document, so automatically, so the cursor needs to move into the search. When I press enter in the document, automatically the cursor needs to go to the search element. So we need to implement this one. So for this, what we need to do, so again we need to use this useEffect only. So here what I can do is, so I can use the document dot add event listener. So we need to use the add event listener, and here I need to use the key down. Okay, and we can call a callback. So this is the callback, and here I will use the function callback, and you will be getting the event, and here I can write something like if e dot code is equal to enter, and it should be something like enter. Then I need to focus on this element. Okay, so I can use the same thing. So that is I am using the callback. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so let's refresh this page, and here I came outside and I press enter. See, again the cursor is going back into this one. So now when the component has been unmounted or anything, so we need to clear the event listener. For this one, what we need to do, we used to write the cleanup function. So here I will write return document dot remove event listener of key down, and we need to provide the callback also for this one. So I have provided the callback also. That's it. So now we have implemented this scenario also. So now if you try to see here, let's go here into this one. So I will write the JavaScript. Okay, so we are able to get the data, and here I am able to get this one. So when I press enter, I am able to go to again to the search bar. But this time what I want to do is I want to clear this data. So how can I do this one? In order to clear this data, here we have this method, right? Set query. So set query is nothing but which will clear the empty value, set query. So let's use this set query. Here this is a set query, and here I will write set query of empty. That's it, done. Now if you try to go here into this one, so let's try to go into this one, and I will write the JavaScript. Okay, and here if I press enter, so it is emptying up the data. So everything is working fine as usual. Now what I want to do is, so another scenario what I want to implement is, so here let's say that I will be using JavaScript, and if I press enter in this one only, so this entire text is getting empty. So this should not happen. So when I am already focused in this one, if I press enter, the search box should not become empty. So what can we do for this one here in this scenario? So we have a concept in such a way that, so here we can get the active element. So constant active element is equal to document dot active element. So now here you can write in such a way that if active element is not equal to input ref dot current. If it is not equal only, then I need to make this one as an empty. So that means the search box I need to make it as an empty, or otherwise you should not make it. That's it guys. So now it will work fine. Now if I try to press enter, so automatically the focus is there in this one. So now if I try to press JavaScript and if I press enter, so JavaScript code will be present like this only. If I go outside and if I check some details and if I press enter again, so this search box will become empty and the focus is there. So this is how we will be implementing, we will be using the ref concept in the React element. So what I will try to do, I will commit this code in a new branch, video-77, and these are the useRef hook. Okay, now I will commit this entire code. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions or anything, the GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below. So if you want to refer the code or anything, means you can go and refer into the GitHub. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In the previous video, we have seen about the useRef hook, in which we have used it for the accessing of the DOM element. So we have seen that useRef, the difference between useRef and as also in useState. So useRef can also be used to store the data, but when we try to update the ref data variable, the component will not be re-rendered. Whereas the state variable, if you try to update the value in the state variable, the component will be re-rendered. So that is the basic difference between those two. So that means using the ref data, we can also store the data, but the component will not be re-rendered. So let's try to see this one. So how we can update the ref value, how we can store this ref value, and how we can update it so that the component will not be re-rendered. Now for example, let's say that here we are having this code, right? So I will try to check this React. Okay. Now in this React, if you see here React in action, this is the data. Now the user wants to rate this book. If he wants to rate this book, so for example, let's say that at the first time he has given 2. After pressing of this button, before pressing of this button, he has changed his mind, and from 2 to 5 he has changed it, and like this some couple of times he has changed the rating, and after some time he has clicked on this add to list. Totally, in order to give the rating of 3, he has made around 4 to 5 decisions. So after that 4 to 5 decisions, then only he has given the final rating. So if you want to calculate those decision count, means, so we can use the ref variable in that one. So there we cannot use the state variable. So in that places we can use the ref variable. So how we can use this ref variable? I will try to show you. For example, let's say that, so that is nothing but where I can say is, so here this is our book details. So here we can use the ref variable. For example, let's say that, so we want to calculate the count decisions, right? So for that one, what we need to do here, I need to create constant count ref is equal to, so we need to give useRef, so it should be imported from the React, and the initial value I am trying to give is the 0. So that's it. So now when the user tries to click on that book, okay, when the user tries to change the data, change the rating, then we need to calculate it. So I told you, right, the ref variable only needs to be changed in the useEffect. So other than useEffect, we cannot change the ref variable. So we cannot use the update the ref variable in the render logic. Same as the state variable, how we will be trying to use the ref variable also, we should not change the data in the render logic. Because of that reason, we will use the useEffect. So useEffect, when it should be called, so it should be called whenever So it should be called whenever we are trying to whenever the user rating has been updated. So that means nothing but user rating. So this is the user rating. So whenever this user rating changes, we need to update the count. So count ref means what I need to do. So here I can give in such a way that count ref dot current is equal to count ref dot current plus 1. That's it. So now what we are trying to do is, so whenever the user rating has been changed, so I am trying to take the current value. In the current value, I am trying to do the plus 1. Now if you select this React in action, now when I change the user rating has been changed, so count ref will be incremented to 1, and here like this I have made some decisions, like 5 or 6 decisions I have made it. Now when I click on this add to list, okay, so I want to know how many decisions has been made. So for this one, what I can do is, so this count ref.current is there, right? So this is our handle read book. So this is the place where we click on the add to list button, this will be executed. So here I will add another one, that is nothing but rating count, and for this one count ref I will give dot current. That's it. So now if you try to see the output of this one, so now if I refresh this page, so let's go from first onwards. So I will type React. Okay, so for this React in action, now let's count these decisions, how many I am making. 1, 2, 3 and 4. So these are the 4 decisions I have made it, and 5. And here if I click on this add to list, so this one React has been added to the list. And if you go and see in the components, so here in our book read list, so if you try to see here, so this is our book read, and in this first one if you try to see here, this is the rating count, so 7 times it has been made. So this is how we can able to access it. So that is how we will be able to. So now we are able to have the count value. Okay, so now if you call, this is the rating count 7, right? So let's try to see another one. So 1 and 2 times I have made a decision. Let's see whether we can able to see it or not. And if you go into this this one, so 2 lists are there, and the second one, so we will be having a rating count of 4. Why, how we are able to get it as 4? So user rating is changing. Okay, user rating, I think it is changing multiple times, I think. So fine. So we like this we are able to calculate. So what I mean to say is, so like this we are able to persist the data. Okay, so now what I want to tell you is, so here, okay fine, the count ref we are able to get it. Now what I want to ask you is, so can't we do with this single variable? So which one I want to say, can't we use it with a normal variable, can't we use it? So let's try to use it with a count is equal to 1, 0. Now whenever I want to do, so here, oh, and here what I want to do is, so why it is getting updated is, so count ref dot current, so it will be also useEffect will be also count also executed in the mounted, right? So if user rating is there, then only we need to update the count. I think this is the problem, I think. Okay, let's see now whether we can able to achieve it or not. So I will try to remove this one. Okay, and here I will click on this one. Let's see, once 1, 2, 3. Let's click on this add to list, and we got the here book read list. And if you try to see here, so rating count should be 5. Why it is coming this many times, I don't know. So let's refresh this page once. Maybe after refreshing this page, let's remove this one. Let's refresh this page and React. Oddly it is behaving. So 1, 2 times only I have pressed. So let's go into this one, and in the book read list, if you try to see here, see now the rating count is 2. So now it's working fine. So this is the rating count which I want to try to tell you. Now if I try to select another element, so here I will try to give 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 5 times I have selected, add to list, and in the book read list if you go here, and here this should be 5 times, I think so. Yeah, rating count is 5. So this is how we can able to get the ref value. So we can count the ref values, but the component will not be rendered. Now if you want to achieve the same thing using the normal variable, like count is equal to 1. Okay, and the same thing if user rating is there, so I want to do count plus plus, or otherwise count plus plus only. Okay, count is equal to count plus 1. So I want to do the count plus plus. Now if you try to take this count and if you have this value, count is equal to count. Now if you try to see the output for this one, let's refresh this page. Okay, I will delete these things also, so that in the local storage also it will not be there. So I am removing this one data. So what is happening in this one? So okay, it's got compiled. So now if you try to see here, so now React, I am trying to search for the React, and here if I click in this one, so 1 2 3 4 times I have selected. Okay, let's go to the book read list, and here you will be able to see that the rating count will be 4 times. Okay, but the count will be only 1 only. So count will be the 2. Why the count is this? I have made it as 1, I think. So that is the reason. Yeah, it should be 0. So the count has made it 1. So that is the reason we are able to get it. So this is also all the time when you are trying to make the variable, it is always 2 only. Why? Because it is reinitializing again. So the normal variable will be reinitialized again, whereas the countref value will remember the previous state value. So this is what I want to try to explain you. So hope you understood about this ref value. So the rendering thing. So the ref value we can also use it when you want to remember the previous state value without rendering, we can use it. So what I will try to do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-78. So whoever wants to refer this code or anything, so they can go to my GitHub repository URL and GitHub repository. So the link is provided in the description below. So you can go in that one. Okay, useRef render. So that's it guys about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So now we have understood about the concept of ref concept. So we have learned about the different types of hooks like useState, useEffect, and also now we have learned about the useRef also. So in this video, what I will try to do is we will try to create our own custom hooks. So don't think that creating a custom hooks or anything is somewhat difficult. So one thing before proceeding, what I want to tell you is, so custom hooks are nothing but making reusable code. So in React, if you try to see in React, so you will be having 3 types of custom logic. So reusable code can be made in two places. One is UI and another one is logic. Okay, so in these 2 places we will try to do it. So UI, if you want to make reusable means, then what you will try to do, we will be using the components. So if you want to reuse the UI, we will be using the components concept. So this one we are aware of this one. So logic, so JavaScript logic, if you want to make it reusable, okay, so there are 2 ways. So 2 ways we can use it. So in React in 2 ways we can use it. The logic reusable logic, if you want to make it means, so we can done it 2 ways. That is, first you need to think that so this function doesn't use any hooks or anything. So if the reusable logic doesn't have any hooks and it doesn't depend on any hooks means, then you can use a regular functions. So which we are trying to use it in our services, like format book response is there, right? So these are the regular functions which we are trying to reuse the code. And the another way which we is, so for example, let's say that the reusable logic contains a hooks like useState, useEffect, these all the things are there means, then we need to create the custom hooks, okay, in order to reuse the logic. So this is the main concept. So already you know about the concept of regular functions, how to reuse the logic and all those things. So this is a common thing. And if you want to reuse the logic which contains the hooks means, then we need to create a custom hooks. So custom hooks in return, what we need to do is we need to have the prefix with use only, then only React will be able to understand. So without avoiding the confusion, so we need to create the custom hooks or anything if you are trying to create, we need to use the prefix use. So let's try to implement these custom hooks in our project, in our application. Now if you try to see here in this code, okay, in our app.js, so here you will be able to see this is the fetch post, right? So this fetch post method, what it is trying to do, it is trying to get the details from the database. So this is the useEffect which is trying to get the fetch post data. So why can't we use this one? Why can't we use this one means, I want to tell you that why can't we create this one as a reusable logic, fetching the post. So for this reason, what I will try to do is, so here I will create in the services a new file, that is usebooks.js file. So this is the custom hook we are trying to create, and here I will be using export function usebooks. Okay, so that's it. So now what I can do is, here this is our effect code, right? So I can copy this entire effect code, or otherwise I can remove this one and I can paste in between this one. Okay, there is no need to use that one. So now this is the use effect. So now we are using the use effect, means we need to import this use effect. Fine, done. This fetch post is there. So this is the main thing, and this fetch post, so here it is having, so you can copy the entire thing, and here in between this one you can paste it. So fetch post is also completed. If you try to see the errors in this one, so here we are having something like a key is not defined. These all the things are there. So key is not necessary, as this one is a public API. Google APIs we are using it, right? So this one is a public API. We don't require any key. And here we are having set books data, set is loading, set error. So these are all the state variables which we have defined in the app.js. So let's try to remove this one, all books data is loading error. So these all are related to the fetch post. So you can remove this one and you can add it in this use books. So entire thing we are trying to extract into the custom hook. So you will be using this useState. So now we have used this one. Let's try to see whether any errors are there or not. So now if you try to see, books data is not defined, is loading is not defined. These all the things are not defined. Why? Because in the app.js we are trying to use that books data. We are trying to send this books data and error. These all the things we are trying to find, is loading, error. These all the variables we are trying to use it in our app.js. But here this use books we have shifted to the use books here. So that is the problem. So now somehow we need to use it here. So in order to use it here, what we need to do is, so here I will be writing, so in order to use this hook I will be using use books. Okay, so now what we need to do, so these all the is loading, books data, error, these all the things are available in this use book. Somehow we need to expose it to the here, so that the app.js can be able to use it. So for that reason, what I will try to do is, I will return the data. So here I will return as a JavaScript is loading, error, and also the last one is the books data. So I am returning this one as an object. Now here I can use it directly. So here I can use it constant. So is loading, error, and the last one is the books data. So I can able to, books data. That's it. So now we are able to expose it to here, and now if you try to see, and here the controller is not defined. So in the use books we are trying to use the controller which is not defined. So that code is also available in this one. So this is not at all related to in this one. So we can paste it in our here directly. I can use it. Yeah, fine. Now if you try to see, query is not defined. What is this query? So this query comes from the here. So this query is also coming from the search box. So whatever the user types to search there, so we are trying to get it. So we can send it as a parameter. So here use books, I will try to send it as a parameter. So now I can catch it here as a query. Okay, so this is also done. Now if you try to see the output, format book response is not defined. Okay, so what is this format book response? Where is this one is located? And format book response, somewhere you will be having. Yeah, so this one we can directly import it. Yeah, done. Now only one thing is there, handle back is not defined. So this is the handle back method which we are trying to use it whenever we after search. So if you want to use the handle back, means we can use it. Handle back means, so removing this book details. Now for this handle back, where is this method available? Here it is available, right? So you can send this one as another parameter. Okay, now here I can use it as a callback. Okay, so whoever wants to send the callback, you can use it. And here handle back, instead of using this handle back, where is this handle back? Yeah, I can use this callback. Okay, and I can keep it as an optional. So if it is an option, if anybody doesn't pass anything miss, so it will not throw any error. So that's it. So now hopefully everything is working fine. So everything is compiled. Now if you try to see the output, the same thing. Now let's try to see the output here, and I will be trying to search with the JavaScript, and now we are able to get the same output. So here we are able to get the same output. Now if I try to search here, I can able to rate it. And if I am trying to, for example, if I click on this one and I am trying to search the JavaScript again, so not JavaScript, so let's say that see, it is going back. So handle back is also working fine. So this is how we will be creating the custom hooks. So now we have successfully created the custom hooks. So there are also some code which we can remove from here and we can create in the custom hooks. We will try to do it in the next videos. So what I will try to do is I will commit this entire code in a separate branch. So I will create a new branch. Actually this one is in video-80. So I will commit this code. So custom hook. So we have created our custom hook use books, right? So use books. That's it. So the GitHub repository URL is provided in the link description below. If you have any code reference or anything, means you can check that GitHub code URL. And that's it guys about this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in the previous video, we have successfully implemented the custom hook for the fetching of the books data. So if you try to see here, we are having the use books. So this is the use books. So I have written here fetch posts. Actually it should be fetch books. So fine. So this is our custom hook, and we have made it use the custom hook here like this. So here we have used it with the use books. Fine, right? So we can also make some of our logic as a custom hook also. For example, let's say that the useEffect which we are trying to use it the local storage. So this one also we can make it as a custom hook. So how can we make this one? So let's try to see. So whenever you are trying to make this one, so for this one what I am trying to do is I am creating a new service. Here new file, use local storage. This is the JS file, and I will create use local storage. Now here I will write export function use local storage. This is the method, and this one is a custom hook. Now this is the use effect which we are using it, right? I can copy this one and I can paste it in this one. Now so books read data. So this is the data which is dependent, the use effect is dependent on, and we should import this use effect. So from the React, and this books read data, from where we are getting it. So here somewhere, this is the useState function. So let's copy this one and paste it inside here. Okay. Now this useState also, let's import this useState. So that's it, done. Now this books read data and set books read data. So whether we are using this one or not, let's try to see it. So here we are using set books read data, we are using books read data also we are using. So that means, so both these two variables we are using it. So what can we do here? So here what can I do is, so we'll change it to value and set value. Why? Because so we'll be having a confusion. If you want, you can use it directly, it's not a problem. And here also I will try to use the value here, and I will return this value and set value. Okay, so value and set value. So both of the values has been returned. So this is our use local storage, and let's try to use this one. And if you want to use it here, so in the same thing here, constant books read data. So that is the same name I am trying to use it, and set books read data. So we need to use the use local storage, and here I will be using, so we are not passing anything, right? That's it. So now we have removed the state also, and this books read data and set books read data also, it is trying to use it without any problem. And here also, so it's happening without any problem. Fine, right? I hope that everything is working fine. Let's try to see the output for this one. So if I refresh this page and I will remove this local storage data, let me refresh this page again. So we are getting an error that cannot read properties of null. So what is this error we are getting? So because map data, we are trying to use a map it seems. So where we are trying to use the map here, somewhere we are trying to use the map for the books read data. So it is returning the null value. So why it is returning the null value is, so this is the use state. So it is trying to set the value. So the books data at the first time it is getting it as null data. So here what we can do is, so this one we need to reuse. So the main concept of this custom hook is, so we need to reuse this one. So because of that reason, what I will try to do is, so where is this use local storage, and I will pass the initial stage, that is nothing but the array, so that the dot map will work. And here also I am taking the initial state. So here I will try to check that whether, let's say that storage, okay, so storage value, if storage is available, okay, return if storage is available. That means if it is not null, then parse that one and send the storage, okay. If it is not there, means then take the initial state. That's it. So we can remove this return and I can add return here. That's it. Now if storage, if there is something available in the local storage, so parse it and send it to the storage, or otherwise take the initial state. That's it. Now if you try to see the output for this one, let's refresh this page. Now hope everything is working fine and read list is also creating. Why? Because the initial state has been set, where immediately the use effect also will be fine. Now if I try to take the JavaScript, and here if I press enter, and if I take this one and I add to list, and here is also it is added to the list, use effect is working fine. And we'll take another one and I am trying to add to list, and this is working fine. And if I refresh this page, so here the two values are also there, and if I remove this one, so both are also removed. So everything is working fine. But what we have did it, so this time we have made use of this custom hook. So the local storage and all those things we have moved it to a custom hook. Now another thing what I want to tell you is, so if you want to make it dynamic key, why? Because we need to reuse this entire code, right? So if you want to reuse this code, means you can also make the key as dynamic. So here I can use this key here, and I can use this key here also. Now what can we do here? So we will pass the key here, local storage comma read list. That's it. So now everything works fine. So now we have reused it, we have made it generic, that custom hook, wherever you want it you can use it. Now the same thing I will try to JavaScript, and here last time we'll try to do it. So read list we are able to get it, okay. So that is how we will be implementing the custom hook. So what I will try to do is, I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-81. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, means, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below. So whoever may be having it, they can refer to that particular, they can go to the particular branch and they can refer the code. And here what is this one? Local storage custom hook. So let's commit this code. So I am committing this code. So now that's it guys about this one. So there is another one which we can make it as a custom hook, that is nothing but key down key press thing. So we will also do this one as a custom hook, and we will close this application. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will create the custom hook for the key down event listener. Why? Because so we are using this key down event listener in the two places, in the app.js, whereas in the search.js also. So that is nothing but what I can say is, so whenever you are trying to search the value here, so the JavaScript, and if I click on this one, so when I click on escape, so we are going back, right? So escape is also working. And in the same scenario, when I press enter, automatically it should go into this search box. So these are the two things which we have did it. So now in order to implement this one, so we need to create a custom hook so that we can reuse this functionality. So for this one, what I am trying to do here in the services, I am creating a new file, that is use key down event.js. So anything, use key down or event, anything. So this is our function. So export function use key down. So now event. So now let's go and implement in the first app.js file. In this app.js file, so here we are having a callback function, and we are having handleback. These all the things are having. So let's copy this everything, useEffect, and in our use key down event, I will try to paste it. So here I will use this useEffect, it should be imported, and this is our callback. So this escape we will get it as a key, okay. and here also we will use it the key dot to lowercase. We will convert it into lowercase. Why? Because we don't know what the user will be submitting. So in order to make it as generic, I will use the lowercase here also. Now this is the handle back, okay, which will be that is nothing but the callback function or anything which should be sent by the user. So here I can use an action or the callback, anything whichever you want. I will use it as a callback, okay, and I will use this. Okay, here we are having this callback, right, and we will use this action only, and here I will call this action, and here also it should be something like action. And this key also we are using, right, whatever the key variables, those are dependency in the useEffect, it should be added here. So that's it. So now we are having this key down event. So this is the key down event, so there is no need to send this one dynamic, and everything is working fine. So this action, now we need to use this one in our app.js. Let's go here and let's go to the top, and here this is the place where we are using it, right? So I will be using use key down event, and we need to pass the first one is thing, that is nothing but escape. We need to pass it, and here we need to pass the callback action also. Action is nothing but this is the handle back event which we are passing it. So we need to pass the reference. We should not pass it like this. Why? Because automatically the function will be executed if you do it like that. So now use key down event, we have passed it in the use key down event. Okay, everything is working fine. Hopefully let's try to see. And here I am opening the JavaScript again, and if I click on this one, so here we are able to execute it. And now if I press escape key, see, it is working fine. Now the another thing, the last one which is left out is the same key down event. We need to reuse it in our search.js file also. So this is our search.js file, and here is also the thing which we can reuse it. So here what I will try to do, I will use the same thing, key down event, and I want to pass the enter this time. So this is the enter. You can pass capital letter or anything, we can pass it. We know that, right? We are checking with a lowercase letter. That's not an issue. So now this is the entire is our callback code. Okay, if you try to see, this is e.code is equal to enter. This is the entire callback code. Okay, let's try to take this entire code, and here I am passing it as a callback function. So we can pass it like this, or otherwise you can create a new function and you can pass the reference. So here I am passing it like this, and now I can remove this entire code. So there is no problem, nothing is there. So I can remove this entire code. Hopefully that is the thing, I think. So here also the keyboard event will work fine, I am thinking. Let's try to see the output for this one. So if I refresh this page, and if I am trying to write JavaScript, and if I press enter, it's working fine. And here if I press enter, see, it is going to the search box. So everything is working fine as expected. So now we have successfully implemented the key down event also, custom hook. So right now we have implemented three things, that is use books, use local storage, and also the use key down event. So by this, if you see, if the code has been extensively decreased, right? So only the UI logic is there and some functions are there. So these are all the hooks. Now if you try to see in our components also, let's see, try to see in our components also, application, sorry, in the components, and if you try to see in our app.js, so here you will be able to have, so this is the hook you are able to see. These are the hooks we are having. See, this is the state, and these are the hooks we are having. In this one you will be able to see all the state and effects like this. So we have segregated everything. So like this we have did it. So by this the entire application has been completed. So everything is, I think it's working fine. So this is the entire application. In this application, by learning, so we have learned the concepts like useEffect, useState, useRef, and all those things we have learned. We have learned about the custom hooks, so how to deal with the data and all those things we have worked it. So APIs and all those things. So everything is we have worked it. What I will do is I will commit this code, create new branch, video-82. So by this the entire application is completed. So we will work on the next concept. So here this is an key down custom event, sorry, custom hook. So I think that hope you understood about this application. So practice this application once again. So if you want means, so we already have, I already told you, right? So we have this one in our React18 course. So if you try to go to our GitHub repository, let me open it. So now here in our what I can say is so it's not there or what? So here I am trying to commit everything. Grocery list books db. It's not there or what? Oh, okay. I am committing these all the branches, but I am not pushing it to the main. So let's go to the main, and we will merge the entire thing. That is nothing but the latest branch. We will try to merge it. It's too many active changes. Okay. So let's go and merge the branch video-82 into this one. That's it. So I think hopefully everything will sync, I think. So now if you try to see in our GitHub repository URL, so this is our main branch, right? If you try to see here, all the branches will be there up to the 82 branch. So nothing, there is no need to worry. So now it will be all the files, you will be able to see it. So if this got synced, so this is the place where I will be committing all the React.js code reference and all those things which I was trying to do it. So I think it should be committed right now. Yeah, here you will be able to see the books DB. So this is the entire thing which you will be having, the entire code. So whatever the branch you are trying to see, you can go to the particular video branch and you can check for the code. So that's it guys about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.